right, live at 9:59, just in time. And audio should be working. I see myself on Twitch. Hear myself on Twitch. That is a good sign. The recording is running. Yes. Awesome. All right. Okay. Well, we are here. We're live. I'm feeling good today. Feeling pretty good today. Feeling energized. We've got some annoying things to take care of today, but maybe you heard that crack. Got some annoying things to take care of today, but for the most part, I think we'll get to some more exciting things as well. Oops. All right. All right, I guess we'll get started here in a minute. Oh, let's throw the message out to Discord. Oh my goodness. Our Discord community is slowly growing here. I think we got 12 people. 12 people signed up for propaganda. For Discord propaganda. All right. Excuse me. All right, well, we'll dive right in. We'll dive right in this morning here. So welcome, everyone, to Terrible JavaScript Game Development. I am your host, Jared Oliver, a.k.a. Duranosaur. And we're working on my game Populus today. It's a game where you pop bubbles. You can play it now. It is live, populus.gg. And we're working on multiplayer. If you go to populus.gg right now, you may note that it's just a single-player game. Actually, I guess technically there's no way you could really know. But it's just a single-player game if you go to the live site right now, populus.gg. But Retro MMO, hi. Good morning, Retro MMO. How's it going? One more day left, right? One more day left till you're full-time game dev. That's pretty awesome. Loving the Qui-Gon Jinn style. Yeah, thanks. Today's last day. That's awesome. Awesome. Yeah, the Qui-Gon Jinn, I took a shower this morning, so I'm more of a evening shower kind of guy, at least lately. At least pandemic-wise. Locked inside all the time-wise. I got into that schedule. So then normally I sleep on the hair so it's not fluffy when I get up in the morning, you know. But when you take a shower in the morning, it gets super fluffy. So I went Qui-Gon Jinn to kind of help with the frizz, not so as not to distract the Twitch viewers with a bunch of fluff in their face while we're trying to debug orphaned event listeners. Yes, I can never focus too much fluff. Hey, and thanks again, Retro, for all the bits. You've probably given me like $150 worth of bits now. Not that much, but getting there. I really appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, so this morning, we're getting back to our event listener issue thing that we left off with yesterday. And I didn't do anything offline, off stream, so we're exactly where we left off at the end of the day yesterday. And I started screwing around with my actual event emitter object here, which is the kind of the global object that sets all the event listeners up, or keeps track of all the event listeners and fires off calls all the event listeners when an event occurs. So I started screwing around with that a little bit because I wanted to, like, what I ended up doing is when I put an event listener, when I set up an event listener, so that would be when I have an entity. Any entity can have event listeners. So here's my base class entity. Basically, all my game objects inherit from this base class of entity. And basically, all that entity does, I have this state property here, but that actually, there's like one thing that actually uses that. That was just some dumb idea I had way back, and I'll maybe get rid of that at some point. But otherwise, there's the important part is this event listeners array. So then when you call .init on an entity, it basically loops over all of the event listeners and then sets them up with the global event emitter object. So I import event emitter from the event emitter JS file, and the event emitter is kind of like a singleton object, because when I export it, I export a new event emitter, not just the event emitter class, but a new instance of. So that's kind of a nice way if you want like a singleton in JavaScript to do it this way. When you export, you want to have a class for like some sort of object, and I know in JavaScript that's not really that important to have anyway, just because class is kind of a syntactic sugar thing. But you could just use a normal anonymous object or whatever. But I do it this way. I export a new event emitter. So that gives us just a single event emitter. And then any file that imports that, they're all importing that same object. Singleton classes in JS. I'm out. Nice. Yeah, well, again, I use the word singleton, and that's probably more of an OOP. An OOP kind of thing. But believe me, I'm not a strong proponent of object-oriented programming. So what I did with my event emitter object here is I made it, well, so all that happens when you set up an event in the event emitter is it uses a map, an ES6 map, and basically the function name is the key for the map, and then the value is the listener, the function itself, I believe. So I do on, I pass event listener. Yes. So it would set the event name as the key and the listener function as the value. So then whenever I want to check if there's already an event or already a or wait a minute, no, sorry, that's wrong. It's an array that goes in there as the value. It's an array of event listeners is the value that goes in there. But that's not that important for right now. I don't necessarily need to explain all of this. But what I did yesterday was, well, so what happens is I have no way, doing it this way, I have no way of checking like what object put that event there or what thing put that event in that place. And I can like get the count of the events and I can print, I believe if I do, oh yeah, right here. So when I had a console logs where I log the map of the events all in the event emitter and it spits out. Oh yeah. Okay, so then when you log a JavaScript map, it gives you this. It gives you the key here and then the value here. So the key is all these event names in our map, and then the values are arrays of event listeners, which are functions, just functions. But what I did was I actually started passing in this object. I just called this obj. I just added a new parameter. And then in my entity file, when I set up an event listener with the event emitter, then I pass this. So it's passing whatever this entity is. So any entity that anything that inherits from entity, when you pass this, will then show that object. So like I can see now in this console log, I can see for this match, this very first event that was set up, I can see that its match countdown started. And then if I expand value here, I can see the first element in our value is a application object. And then there's the listener function. So that's kind of more helpful because I could at least like look at, like, let's look at something that's got cursor down has 5. So if we pull this array of 5, I can see here we've got 5 things listening to cursor down at game events. One of them is WebSockets wrapper object, and then these next 4 are buttons. But the funny thing is, I don't know why there's 4 buttons. Oh yeah, that is right. There should be 4 buttons. Because there's this button, this button, this button, and then also the in-game button gets set up, but it's invisible. Ooh, wait a minute. Actually, that might be wrong. That might not be right. So, okay, so now that I actually am logging, well, part of the problem now is that we've got this, like, now none of the objects get cleaned up. So like if I do anything here, the objects just keep going and none of the objects are getting unhandled, unlistened. So now our object count is just going up. Like we should have saw this go back to the baseline 32 or whatever. Yeah, so yeah, now this is totally screwed up because you can see like I broke the game basically. I screwed up how the event thing is set up. So none of the events have gone away. The event listeners have gone away. Yeah, like now it just, the 30 seconds of the match ended and it tried to load the stats page, but that's, you know, so I totally broke the game. Actually, it's going to be the new game mode, as Retro MMO was saying at the end of the stream yesterday. See, I'm always, I grab a sip of water and then a hit of coffee. I was wondering what the new game mode today would be. Yeah, that's our goal. That's kind of my goal, is one new game mode per day, per stream. No, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, But seriously, I still am at a point with this game where I don't exactly know what the final game mode, the final product game mode will be yet. So I'm still kind of building this game and coming up with the game, actually building the game somewhat in a finished state and kind of simultaneously trying to figure out gameplay things. So obviously the state we're in right now is totally wrong, because basically the event emitter, our event emitter object here has an off function. I just copied like what Node.js kind of uses, the syntax. I didn't, I'm pretty sure, I have no idea, how Node.js does event emitters in the background, but my event emitter is just copying kind of some of the syntactic things that Node.js uses. So it has an on function. That's how you set up an event listener. And then when you do on, you do a string of the event name and then your listener function. Like if we look at, if we look on the server here, you can see that pattern with our WebSockets object, right? So this WebSockets object is an event emitter, or extends event emitter. And this is not something I did. This is actually part of the Node.js WS package. So the WebSocket comes in, and then you can do ws.on, and then you pass your message name and then your handler. Your callback, I should say. So I kind of copied that syntax just for my own purposes. And then if you want to remove an event, you call ws.off, and then you pass the name of that event and then the function, or a pointer to that function, whatever, reference to that function. So, and I believe if you have an event emitter, I believe you can also call emit. And that's how you actually fire off an event with the Node.js event emitter. And in my code, I'm not handling any of that on the server side with the WebSockets object, because that's part of the WebSockets package that's actually doing the emitting of these events. I'm just listening to them. But yeah, so I basically, for this event, my own event emitter object, I just kind of copied like what I saw Node doing syntax wise, just having something that basically just keeps a list of functions for a given event, which is just a string, and then you can emit that event and then fire off and pass arguments down. So that's kind of the other thing that's important too with this. I can emit a given event, which is just the string name, and then I can pass any arguments, just a single parameter of arguments. So if you want multi-parameter, you'd do like a little object. Anyway. So the problem is so you have on and off, and off is very important because off gets called anytime game objects go away and need to get cleaned up. But yeah, and I do an array splice to remove that object. And the problem is, so when you say off event, you pass the event and the listener event, and it matches up. Yeah, so here's the problem. So I'm getting an existing event. So this should be a valid thing. I'm getting it from our map of events. So we get the existing event, which should be an array. As I know the wording's kind of weird, but this should be an array of, in fact, I don't know why I kept this name. It shouldn't be called existing event. It should be called like existing event handlers, event listeners, I guess. But anyway, this existing event is an array of functions. Oh, actually, no, now it's an array of objects, and there's one obj property and one listener property. That's what we did now. So that way I can kind of pull up my console and see exactly what element or what object is doing what event, if that makes sense. So I want to fix, that's why I can do this now. I can print all the event listeners right now, and I can see what objects are actually listening to the cursor down event. So I can see our WebSockets wrapper object is listening to cursor down. I can see there's 4 buttons that are listening to cursor down. So that would be these 3 and our in-game button, in-game menu button. Zubashi, I'm here to hang out with the Evan at home. What's going on, Zubashi? Blossom Boop, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Here to Uwu and Owo. I got those emotes from some random gift sub for a channel that I've never watched. Nice. But they're my new favorites. A channel you've never watched? How do you get a gift sub? If you're never, don't you get gifted like if you're actually watching? Maybe it was a typo. Oops. I think it's because I raid somebody and leave Streamlabs open. Oh, gotcha. And they raid somebody and they raid somebody, etc., etc. Gotcha. Interesting. Because I always wake up to random gift subs. Nice. That's interesting. Yeah, when I've done the raids, I've just gotten, or I've just like killed Streamlabs right away. And then just went straight to like Twitch or whatever. I didn't know if that was the way you're supposed to do it or not. I don't know. But nice. Nice. Well, yeah, Zubashi and Blossom, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Did I already say that? I think I did. Zublamshi. Yeah, that sounds good. Just aggregate them into one. Yes. So, well, Zubashi and Blossom, I don't. Zubashi, you were here maybe not that long ago, but I will. I'll put the game in the link there. You can play it now. Populus.gg. I put the link in the chat. That's what I meant to say. Yeah. So yeah, I'm working on this dumb little game where you pop bubbles, basically. Warning: programmers only for Populus.gg. Yes, very competitive. Yes. Precisely. No, just kidding. It's I got the live site right here. My current build of the game is totally broken, and that's what we're working on right now. But the live site is working. At least it should be. And yeah, it's a little game where you play, you pop these bubbles, you try to pop this bubble here first, the bubble that's in that position first. So you just you move your mouse over the bubble, you press spacebar or click the mouse. And you just see how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. You got a little timer bar here. And if you see the little red thing, that means you made a mistake. So it's just kind of a little whatever kind of game. Whatever you want to call it. Time's up. Yeah, and then you see your stats at the end, and that's it. I got 5. Am I pro yet? I got 29 on first try. Nice, Blossom. That's pretty good. I got 5. Am I pro yet? Yeah. Retro MMO, yes, yeah. I don't know. I was trying to think of something clever to say else about that, but I couldn't come up with anything. But yeah, it's just a dumb little game. I'm working on multiplayer right now, though. So a one-on-one kind of thing. You race the other player just head-to-head. It's kind of the idea. So, but currently, and I have that working currently, but right now I'm trying to figure out, I've got a little bit of a leaky, some leaky game objects here that are kind of leaving some residue that I need to scrub. So, yes. So what I was saying before is now that I've gone in and modified my event emitter object here. So now I can just print, I'm just printing all the events right away when the game starts, after everything loads. And then we can see, like for this cursor moved event, that we've got 5 different objects that are listening to it. WebSockets wrapper, button, 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 button. And the thing is, yesterday I remember that this cursor moved was at 4, so I'm confused as to why all of a sudden it's 5 now. Like, why was it 4 yesterday and now it's at 5 right out of the gate? Because now our event listener count here, just right once we load the page, once everything loads and runs, we've got 35 event listener functions that are currently sitting there. And then, like, when you play the game, you know, another one adds, and we go up to 79 right away. And there's a problem right now where they're not going away at all. Well, it's not a problem. I did that kind of on purpose. But I'm trying to figure out why. Well, yeah, I'm trying to figure out why I have like one leaky event listener that's not going away. But it's also weird that now all of a sudden we've got 5 mouse cursor. We've got 5 mouse cursor moved events. When yesterday I know at one point it was 4. So maybe, you know what? Maybe actually maybe I moved where my console log was happening. I don't know. But technically this should be fine. Oh, no, wait a minute. I know why it's 5 right now. Because we're not, okay. Because our off on our event emitter is broken. So I do need to fix that. So we get our existing event, which is really an array of event listeners. Or that's what it should be. But what I need to do is I'm going to duplicate this line and comment this one out. Because I'm going to go back and undo a bunch of this stuff I'm doing. But the problem is we've got I'm just going to do something maybe a little hacky here. Index, const index equals existing event dot index of. What we could do, let's do a I can't do index of anymore. Yeah, we can't do index of anymore. We'll go back to doing this, but we can't do index of anymore. We need to do, I guess we'll do an array filter, and then we'll do okay, so filter am I doing this right? Element I. We want to return. Okay, so we need to do if element. Okay, so L dot listener equals listener. And then okay, so that would filter out down to that one object. But I want to I don't actually want, I probably want to use like reduce, no, that doesn't make sense. I guess let's multi-line this bad boy here. Wait, does this not use the built-in event emitter thing? No, it doesn't. Are you talking like browser? Browser event emitter? Is there such a thing? Because this is only the client side, so there's no node event emitter, but maybe there's a browser one, is what you're insinuating? Because this is just for the client side. I don't even do like an event driven-y kind of thing on the server. Developer Mozilla creating and triggering events. Creating custom events. Event, new event, add event listener, build function, blah, blah, blah. Dispatch the event. Ah, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I probably could have used that. Never have, though. You're not doing this. No. I mean, I could honestly replace it. Replace what I have with it. No, I'm doing my own thing. Basically just this whole event emitter object is all I have. And this get listener total count is just for debugging. But yeah, it's not super complicated. So, I mean, yeah, I guess I could use the browser event, but yeah, no, I'm not. That's a good, yeah, I've always thought about that because whenever you type event, new event, yeah, that always comes up in VS Code like that. So I've always wondered, oh yeah, I wonder what that is. Never looked into it. Node.js has something similar. Yeah, Node.js has an event emitter, which should still come up if, and that's kind of what I copied. So I am familiar with the Node.js event emitter. So like if you do new event emitter, no, that's mine. Thought it would give me Node.js stuff here, but maybe not. Yeah, this is actually my event emitter. But yeah, Node.js has the event emitter like this format. Like my WebSockets this WebSocket is a extension of the event emitter object in Node.js. So it's got a dot on, it's got a dot off, and I believe it's got a dot emit. Yeah, honestly, I could probably just start even using like those events. I probably could do that. Like even pretty simply just wrap those out, because wrap them at this level here and do that. But yeah, I think we're all right where we are here. So, okay, so why did I do? Oh, I did that for testing that. Okay. So what I want to do is I don't want to use filter. That's stupid. We want to do let index, and then we're going to do for let I equals 0, I is less than existing event dot length I plus equals 1. And then if existing event I dot listener equals listener, then index equals I. Okay, so that should give us what we want now. In theory, our game should actually work. 24, 66. Yeah, that looks better now. Pop some bubbles. If we quit, yeah, they're going away now. We quit, we're back to 32. Sweet. Yeah, no need to scrap what you add. I just assumed you're already using the event class. Yeah, no, I'm not. I have not. There's probably a lot of cool browser things that I should be using that I don't. All right, I am going to take a super quick bathroom break / coffee refill break, and we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere unless you feel compelled to. All right, we are back. Okay. Zubashi, welcome back. Thank you. Feels good to be back. Indeed. Hi, nice game. Evil Godness. Thank you. Thank you, Evil Godness. I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Blossom is now following. Thank you, Blossom Boop, for following. I really appreciate that. Really do. Thank you. Thank you muchly. And again, just big thanks to the community out there. You guys are awesome. We're at 100. We hit 100 followers the other day. I can't believe it. All right, now this channel is going places. Woo woo. Thank you. It's all because of you guys. Ooh, congrats on 100. Thank you. Thanks, Blossom. I appreciate that. Oh, that's the community. That's you guys. That's you guys there that are making this possible. I'm just some guy who just kind of plays with tech decks when he should be programming. Bubble Gang stepped up. Yeah, and now I need to step up, speaking of which. I need to actually make some emotes and some bits things and icons and all that stuff. I got to do it. I'm pretty sure they're all just going to be circle bubbles, but just of solid colors. But no, we'll make them more interesting than that. All right, so I think, oh yeah, we just fixed whatever it was we were doing, right? So now our events actually go back, but now, okay, so if I play a game, you know, we can see our event emitters going up as we play, our count here, our event listener count, I mean. Let's go up, and then they kind of trickle down, and they're going away now. Before, they were just counting up and not going away because I'm trying to get some, being able to view some stuff. So now, okay, so that's the problem. See how we started at 32? We should go back to 32. But now that it's at 33, that means we've got some leaky event. So now, you know what kind of annoys me about the, console is the browser console, at least in Chrome, is like, if you print an object, but then you like don't expand, you print an object like in the past and then you expand it later. It's like the reference to that object. So whatever the state of that object at that time is, it then prints it, which I guess makes sense. But it's kind of like, I'd rather it like just give me like the hard, like a hard printout of all the all the properties. Yeah, that is whack. I don't like, and I understand why they need to do that, because it's like, you know, you've got all of the, in order to like give you all of the references and everything and all of that, like, I mean, you kind of have to. So it's like giving you the pointer to that. It's like pointing you to that object as it's live. But I feel like it doesn't do it if you like have it open. So like if I open this now and then play a game, like, so now we got 13 listeners or 14 total listeners, right? And if I play a game, then quit, and we're still at 14, but if I like refresh, oh yeah, it's still at 14. So look at that. So it prints that, it like holds that state there. But if we, so it logs with 14, but then we play, do a bunch of stuff, and we quit. Then we expand it. Still says 14, mind you, but now we're at 20. So you can do JSON parse JSON stringify object to kill the reference. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. That's actually good. It's not a big deal for me right now. I'm just complaining about it because that's kind of what I do most of the time. So it's, yeah, but I just love how it's like still says 14. So it says still says my map is 14 values, but it's 20. I would say that's a bug. Like, Chromium's got to get that. Like, I understand, like, if it would say, and it tries to tell you, it tries to be nice and tell you this. Where does it say? It says, like, this value is evaluated just now. Yeah. Value below was evaluated just now. So that's like their little hint to tell you, oh, well, we just did that. Like 80% of JavaScript is a bug in my standards. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so I guess this little blue thing is supposed to be my helper. That I'm supposed to look at that little blue thing and hover over it and say, the value below was evaluated just now. Oh, thank you, but this wasn't evaluated just now. Thanks, Chrome. All right. It just has so much weird behavior. Yeah. Right. Well, and I was complaining about some stuff in VS Code yesterday. And VS Code is an Electron app. So that's kind of, it's like one of those things, like, I mean, some things are obvious, like bugs that they can fix, but some things are just weird, and it's like, I don't know. A lot more often than I would like, the IntelliSense gets broken or whatever, and like gets stuck, or like sometimes half of a word is highlighted and the other half isn't. Like player, like half, like the ER might be dim one time, you know, and the play would be like lit, and like it would, you know, it just gets. I understand. Well, I don't know. That just seems like a bad thing to me too, but whatever. I'm not here to complain. If I complain, it should be mostly about my code, me being bad, and. But every so often, there are a few things that are not my problem, and I usually complain about those. So what is my problem is we've got an event listener, a leaky event listener, right? So we start a game, we're at 32, right? That should be our baseline. This number should, if we go back to the main menu, we should always see 32 here. But if we play a game, it goes down to 24, then goes up to 66, that's okay. And as we're popping bubbles, there's a bunch of them kind of ticking up, going around. And then if I quit, we're still at 32. Okay, so whatever it was that happened didn't. Maybe it's the error thing. 66? No. We're still at 32. So it's something else that's causing. There we go. Oh. All right, I'm going to let the timer run out. Let's go. Come on. Come on. There we go. Time's up. 35. Okay, now if I go back. Oh, there we had 2. Okay, so we got 2 more that time. So we're at 34. Remember, baseline was 32. Oh, okay. So now, actually, let me refresh. We're going to start this from the top. So we start with our baseline 32 events. I'm going to open this. We got our map with 14 events. And then I believe I print another map when I quit a game. Actually, hang on. Let's do this different. I'm going to leave this. I'm not going to expand it because, as we know, if I expand it, then JavaScript will freeze that in time somehow. Or JavaScript, I mean Chrome will freeze that in time somehow. So let's play. Just pop some bubbles, make some mistakes, try to see what's happening. Okay, let's quit. Okay, 33. So we got 1 extra event. That's bad. So if we pull this out, now I should see that. Okay, hang on. All right. No. Where I got to change something here. So match. I feel like I made the font size a hair bigger than I normally do. That's all right. Where? Okay. Console.log. Did anyone else see that? Sibis. How? Oh, I guess I was on this. I was off the home roll here. I was like this. Yeah, okay. I need Mavis Beacon's help here. Okay, so we've only got what? Oh, it's application. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Come on, refresh. There we go. Console log event emitter dot events. And this is, oh, I'm throwing this at stat screen quit. Let's throw this not at stat screen quit, but let's throw it at the end of a match ended, maybe. Yeah, let's try this. Let me just see if I can get it to work. Do some stuff, break it. We're back to 32, okay. Whoa, I am on fire. Don't know how I'm doing that. That was amazing. We're still at 32, come on. Come on. Why can't the bug appear when you want it to? Come on. 90, 89, 90. Come on, let's quit. 33, there we go, okay. Oh, sweet. Wait a minute. Okay, so we got 33, we got one leaky event, but the problem is I didn't, Now, blue, the below was evaluated just now, so never mind. That's not what I want. Okay, so what I want to do, we want to expand this right away. So now that Chrome now that I've expanded this, Chrome will probably hide the little blue thing after I print this again. I don't know about that. So we've got our 14 baseline events, right? Draw finished is 10 event listeners. So that's good. It's good that we have that. So let's actually expand this all the way because I don't want, okay. So we can see that our first event listener of the draw finished is player input. Draw finished event is kind of like an update event, you know, for a game, like your game loop kind of thing. Like you have an update thing where you, after your frame is finished, you're going to call, after your previous frame is finished, you're going to call update to kind of step your game state forward, right? Some certain amount of time. So that's what my event draw finished is doing. Draw finished is kind of a dumb name, but whatever. See, I tried to use my names as describing something that had just happened in the past. So draw finished, like we just finished drawing that frame, so we're ready to update everything and then draw the next frame kind of thing. Anyway, so like all of my event names end with an ed or something like that if it's a verb or whatever. Or stat screen quit, because you say quit for the past tense. You don't say quitted. That's English for you. That's English for you, folks. See, according to my game, quitted should be a totally valid word. In order to fit my name scheme. Anyway, so I wanted to expand this right now. So we can see that we've got 10 things that are listening to draw events. We've got player input, our player input object, which is parsing input from the mouse every frame. Our WebSockets wrapper, which is not technically doing anything at this point. It's kind of ignoring, but this would otherwise be, you know, listening for when you're playing a competitive game. This would be firing the mouse inputs off to the server. So at this current point in time, when I'm at the main menu, it's kind of ignoring any mouse inputs, but nonetheless. And then here we've got a bunch of animation objects, which would be like the button animation here, the tutorial animation, the tutorial button animation, this button animation, and each. Oh, because every button has 2 animation objects. So one is animating the button radius, and the other one is animating the text of the button so that they grow in tandem, which probably could be done better, but I haven't really got to that. So there should be 4 of those. So we should have 8 total animations then, which, yes, that looks right. Because we've got the play button, the tutorial button, and this is a button. And then even though there's no text, the text is still animated. And we also have our in-game quit button, the little X button that appears when you start the game. That's also there, but it's invisible. So that's that. It's hidden currently. All right. So this is good. We expanded this out, so now I can see like what all these were in the past. And now what we can do is play the game, get that 33 to show up, and then I can go down. I'm going to print this. Our map of event listeners will print again, and then I can inspect what that 11th thing is. And I believe it's an animation. So we've got some animation that's getting stuck. So without further ado, this is the moment of truth. This is where we figure it out. It's where we solve the puzzle. Okay, so let's. Oh. Whoa. I'm just gonna try to see if I can do a bunch of things to try to get that event to be stuck. Okay, let's quit. Whoa! We got 38. So whatever I did, whatever I was doing, we got a bunch. Okay, that's good. Because I'm guessing they're all the same kind of thing. So something happened that caused there to be 38. All right, so as we can see, probably, yeah, now we've got 16 draw finished things. And we'll see here that, so what do we have? 32. So it was 10, it's 10 as a baseline. We have 10 draw finish. That should be what we go back to. 10 draw finished event listeners as a baseline. But we're at 16 now when we go back to the main menu. So we've got 6 additional. And we went from 32 total events to 38 total events. So you may notice there are a bunch more events now, because there's certain events that get set up during the game, but these should all be 0 arrays. There should be no listeners for those events. So just the fact that there's more events is fine. Like, I don't care about that. But what I do care about is that there's no event listener functions ready there, because that means those are getting processed whenever those events get fired. So if I started a new game, then these should all get, set up, whatever. So we want to inspect our draw finished here and see what the leaky culprit is here. So, okay, so 9 was the last one. And these should be in order. So like here, players input, WebSockets, blah, 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 all the way to here. So now our 10th one should be our first leaky object. So we can see that it's an animation. No surprise there. And unfortunately, we don't have a ton of... Ooh, maybe this will give us a little more. No. Maybe this, no. Start val, -11. Let's look at all of these and see if... So now I know it's an animation, but the thing is I don't know exactly what the animation is. Oh, it's a linear, oh no, it's a squared. Okay. So I just need to kind of look at these properties of this animation object, and that'll help me figure out which thing is getting stuck. Okay, no. State object. Again, that's our entity state. That doesn't do anything. It's an empty object. Okay, so start val. Okay, this is the same start value for every single one, which is good. This is a good tip. -11, 0.315938, whatever. All right, so this is a good tip off here. Now, I want to look at, and we go for 300 milliseconds. So we know that it's a 300 millisecond animation. We know, oh, max dir, I guess I could have looked at that. We know it's a 300 millisecond animation, and these are swiping off screen. That's definitely what this is. If I'm doing -11, it's those button animations swiping off screen. That's, okay, so I know what it is now. It is definitely, it is, whoops, hang on. It is definitely, yes, -11. -11, yeah, it's all the same. They're not the same object, but they're the same, they're all pointing to the same thing. So -11, I'm assuming, well, based upon this assumption, I'm guessing that the -11 is our little navigation meter bubble that swipes up and fades off screen. So that's why the -11 is tipping me off. Negative 11 pixels is the position we set that little bubble at, and then it goes away. So like when I play a game, I pop this bubble, that green one, you see that green one slide up like that? That is, that's what we're talking about. So it's that animation from whatever that point is to the negative 11. Well, wait a minute. Maybe I'm wrong. Actually, because the start value is 11. Negative 11. Badger. Double guns. Nice. Badger, what's going on? Did you figure out how to use Adobe Premiere yesterday, Badger? Okay, so I'm a little confused as to why the start value of our animation is negative 11 and the end value of our animation is negative 11, because that kind of means it's like not animating anywhere. I mean, these are slightly different numbers. One of these is, you know, goes 99999, whatever, but they're the same number. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting, because I wonder if, I wish I could trace this back more. Equation t equal, okay, so we're doing t squared for the animation curve. Let's just do a big search on t squared here. T times t, I guess. Nav bubble, that's it. That's the only spot. See, I should have just done that, did that right away. That's the only spot where I'm doing an equation in that format, t times t. Okay, so nav bubble, that's our problem. Nav bubble. Okay, so all of these are commented out. So it's this one. It's the move destruct anim. Now, okay, so that's happening. Okay, so this is a bug with what I did yesterday. Badger, no. Oh, that's a sweet sniper rifle there. That's what it is, right? Looks like you got like a scope on there. Cool. All right. So you didn't figure out DaVinci Resolve, or sorry, DaVinci Resolve is what I use personally. Adobe Premiere, you didn't figure out. You edited that video. I watched your video on YouTube. You shared it with me. What? No. Badger, you're going to spend all your channel points before I get actually something cool. Lies. What are you talking about? I don't know what you were talking about what I was talking about. Like, am I talking about... I was talking about... I watched your video that you clipped me the other day about you hacking Populus. Whoa, oh, sorry, yeah, never mind. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right, so this move destruct anim is not going away. That's our problem. And we were screwing around with this yesterday. So that's kind of, yeah, that's definitely the issue here. So Yes, and this is exactly where I'm doing this. If bubbles should be destructed, we initialize the move destruct anim. So this so the problem, okay, so the problem is, whoa, you didn't have to say that. Now someone has to die. Nice. Okay, so we know the leaky object is this move destruct animation, and what that basically is when you pop a bubble, so this pink one, it kind of shrinks right there, and then when I pop the next bubble, this is so that whenever I make a mistake, that bubble will come back. So I always, if I make a mistake, I always have to go back and pop the previous bubble again. So if I pop the pink one and then I pop the next one, then the pink one will go away for good. So you'll see the pink one slide on up to the top there. And the problem is that pink one that's sliding up to the top, it's getting destructed properly. But for some reason, our destruct animation is not getting destructed properly. And maybe I just made a little typo. Wouldn't that be lovely? Move destruct anim. No. Because this should, okay, so this should do it. This should do it. Uwu. MyZooks, sorry. MyZooks is now following. MyZooks underscore is now following. Thank you, MyZooks underscore. Appreciate that. Frulu's hanging out. Good to see you, Frulu. Oh, whoa. Uwu. Oh, whoa. I don't. Is that what, am I saying that right? Uwu, oh, whoa. I guess that's some meme that I don't understand. So it's kind of how most things work. This is disheartening. I'm very disheartened at this point because this should really cover everything. Like if we kill the game, not the game, but kill the round, the match. Like it should really. Oops. Let's do this real quick here. 32. Okay, so that worked, but why did some of them not get destructed properly? If I make a mistake, maybe this is the problem. Yes! Figured it out. Actually, I didn't figure it out, but I figured out how to replicate the issue 100% now. All right, so watch this. All right, so again, our baseline is 32 listeners, right? That's what we want. When we come back home to main menu, we want only 32 event listeners. No more, no less. So when we play, if I do this, this is where everything gets wonky. Or no, wait a minute. Yeah, like that, right? Now if I quit, no, never mind. Hang on. if I do this, and then come back, that's 1. Okay, never mind. Maybe I don't know what the problem is here. Maybe if we keep, let's do this, and then keep coming back, and then maybe advance. That, I bet you, is it. Yes, okay. So if you do this, then this, then this. Yes, okay. So if you make a bunch of mistakes, like what's happening is every time I pop the bubble and then it comes back, like I'm recreating new event objects or something every time. So until we advance, then if I go here, yes, then we go back, that's the problem. So every time I clicked, so if I click here, make a mistake, it's like it gets one of those animation objects fired up. I click here, so this should be 2 now, should be 3. So now we're at 3 plus 32, we should be at 35. If I go here, then here, we go to 35. Nope, 37. Okay, well, I don't know exactly what I'm talking about, but that's pretty much what's happening. So, okay, so now let's head back to our nav meter. I gotta keep alternating between coffee and water. Otherwise, just coffee kind of like makes my throat a little dry, and then I'll get kind of raspy. Okay, coffee's getting lukewarm, so I really need to refresh that in a minute here. But let's see if we can figure this out before we go refresh the coffee. So I wonder, okay, so for whatever reason, we're like running this thing a bunch of times, I guess, because we're definitely getting duplicate move destruct animations. Oh, I bet you, okay, I bet you I have an idea here. It's console log. Move destruct anim. Blah, 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 whatever. We don't really need anything there. Okay, so let's play. Now, pop this bubble. We make a mistake. Pop this bubble, make a mistake. Pop this bubble, make a mistake. Pop this bubble. Now pop this bubble. It ran once. Okay, so that's good, right? It ran again. Wait. It ran again there. That's a problem. It's running every time now. Now, okay, if I quit, we're at 37 somehow. Oh, because one of those was valid. All right, so let's try this again. Chug. Yes. Oh, okay, I'll chug. That was all there was left of the water. And there's not much left of the coffee. All right. Okay. Oh, I let the time run out. Okay, so there's definitely a problem. This, if I do this and then make a mistake here, make a mistake here, make a mistake here. Whoops, make a mistake. Oh, that's really an interesting bug. Oh, that's really fascinating. I don't know if I care about that bug, but if I don't move the mouse, if I don't move the mouse, then I can't pop the bubble again. That's pretty interesting. Let me make a note about that really quick. Actually, I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care about that thing. If somebody brings it up, then maybe I will fix that. But it's really not that big a deal because there's never a point where you're like not moving your mouse. So anyway, okay, let's refresh. I just want to like step through this and see if. So until I pop, then go here, we do the first one. But now if I like pop, yes. So that's a problem. Now we're calling that loop all those times, and that's bad. So if we do one more, then we're going to be at 43, 42. Oh, okay. So yeah, there's like additional ones that get registered. Now, wait a minute. If I go like this, I guess I could just do this instead. And then I go here and then here. Like this is fine. Oh yeah, we go back to 32. So that is fine. But if we go here, 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 here. Oh no, wait, that doesn't. Now we go here. Yeah. So this move to struct anim keeps getting recalled and it should not be. So that is a problem. And now, so let's do diff is greater than 0. Okay. This should be actually a pretty simple fix. But I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and refresh my beverages. So we'll be right back. All right, we are back. All right, so now Okay. Now, what are we doing here? Basically, okay. So I have this if state, or this, what should be happening here is if bubbles should be destructed. But the problem is we're running that even when we shouldn't be destructing a bubble or not. Or even when we shouldn't be destructing a bubble. So I'm thinking, and the problem that we have right now is this. This is the problem. Because we're running this thing multiple times, and .init sets a new event listener every time. New event listener, new event listener, new event listener. So I could maybe... I'd like it if I could really lock this down. What I want to do, let's do this here. So let's print the destructing bubble ID. Let's do that. So let's refresh. So 0, which is fine. But here we keep trying to redestruct 0, which is bad. So I think actually the problem is we're trying to destruct, we're basically reinitializing this even after it was already destructed. Yes, that's kind of the problem. So maybe, and that's why we were seeing the -11 thing, because we're resetting values and it's supposed to go to, it's already at its destination. That bubble's already slid off screen to its resting place, to where it's supposed to then be destructed. And the problem is we're rerunning that again every time you make them an extra mistake. So that's the problem. And that's why we were seeing the same start value and the end value of -11. Because it's -11 pixels up off the screen. So what we want is, I'm trying to think of the best way to handle this, because we don't want to, it'd be nice to have some sort of flag to say something was destructed or not. And maybe actually I have that on a nav bubble. Let's just check that. Yeah, we already have that. Okay. So maybe we could just do if nav bubble. Maybe we could just wrap another if statement here and just say if this dot nav bubbles destructing bubble ID dot init is or initialized is true. We'd only want to do that. Yeah, because we could do it this way, and that should solve our problem, because we're just gonna not run it if it's initialized. So I go here, then we pop this one, then we make a mistake, we pop this one. Now we've logged 0 once. We destructed 0 once, and we're never going to reinitialize it again. So this should be exactly the problem, or so I guess this should be the solution we really want. That way I don't really have to keep some extra like counter of what. Okay, so now we're here, we quit, back to 32. So I think we solved the problem. Yes. Yes, we did. We did, in fact. All right. And I feel like that's, yeah, I feel like this is probably the best way to do it, because otherwise I'd have to keep some like counter in the nav meter or something to say like, oh, well, this bubble, you know, yeah, and I don't want to do that, because that's just adding extra things. I've already got a Boolean that I can just check and see, like, if this thing was already destructed, then we're not going to try to redestruct it again. So we should be good there. Now, let's remove all those event emitter things that we added that we don't want. So I'm actually going to keep these, because it'll be handy to, at some point in time, go back and maybe when we do some more event, when we do some more kind of event emitter issue testing, we might actually want to do this stuff again. So then this would all be, yeah, this would all go, this would come back. And then this, yeah, then this would come, this would be like that. Okay. So then, yes, everything should be back to normal. Cool. Back to 32. All right. So we fixed that problem. That's good, because that was something we did yesterday. So we were seeing a direct bug from something we added yesterday. And now we can officially lay that to rest now, I think. So now in the entity, we actually need to make sure. Well, do we need to? Yeah, let's not pass this anymore. So let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. There we go. I'll leave this here just for future future things. Okay, so now I think we can get back to kind of multiplayer stuff. Nope, it's the live site there. And I'm curious, I'm thinking, do I want to just leave this event listener thing up for now? Maybe we do. So let's try a multiplayer game here now. Okay. We are looking. Let's open the console here. Oh, we're logging our events again. We can get rid of that. All right, but this is looking pretty good, I think. We're back down to our normal events. I can just keep an eye on this event listener count thing now for going forward. We'll keep this up, which I think is kind of handy to have. Okay, so we can get rid of our... Actually, I'm going to keep these positions here. Just comment it out. So there's another spot where we're doing that. I guess that's down in... That's it down in the init. Yeah, there we go. We'll keep those there for future reference. All right, so one thing I want to do now is actually, I'd like to actually now start working a little bit on, what in the world? Hit the mic stand there. I'd like to actually start working on limiting getting our mouse input to having that limit on the client side. So I'd like our client to actually like limit how many input events we're sending to the server. Because right now, technically, if you open up actually, wait a minute. How is that working right now? Oh, yes. On the, okay, so on the, oops, this is on the server here. We want to go here. So our WebSockets wrapper is listening to cursor moved. Cursor moved and cursor down. And it's converting the position of our of our mouse cursor position, converting that from pixels to units. So we do that, and then we fire that off to the server. But the thing is, we're sending a bunch of those per second, and like in the case of Chrome, I have an 1000 hertz mouse, and if I have the console open, the Chrome console open, it sends 1000 per second. So we can actually observe the effects of that if I do, like, let's just do a 5-second game for right now. So we're not waiting for a full 30 seconds. So we're going to do a 5-second game, competitive game. And I'm going to do, I already set this stuff up. Right? No, it's application. Okay. So now we'll have a number of bytes. Basically, the application right now is just going to keep track of the amount of bytes that have been sent to it, and it's just going to keep printing those to the screen. So and then bytes up is getting sent, is just measuring the length of the JSON strings that come in, and then that's how many bytes we are receiving over the wire then. So now if we play a competitive game, we're still 0 bytes from that. We received 23 now. So now we're up to 46. So now if I just play like regularly for 5 seconds, we sent 181,000 bytes for just one. That was basically just one player because I was only playing as one player. So we did 181,000 bytes in 5 seconds. All right, so that's quite a bit. So what I want to do, let's restart. So we kind of reset our counter back to 0. We'll refresh our clients. And then let's do the same thing, but I'm going to close the console. I'll close the console on both just to be safe. So now I do a new game, and we should see that the amount of bytes we sent now, only 36,000. So what was it before? 120 something thousand, or 112,000. So, Big Kitty, do you want some mashed potatoes? Oh. Sure, that would be great. Bet Kitty. I can bring them down. Oh, that's all right. I'll probably come up and do a little lunch break. Thank you though, Big Kitty. Big Kitty's my wife, so she's asking me about if I want mashed potatoes. Cheesy mashed potatoes. Are they cheesy, Big Kitty? They're the it's the Idahoan brand of mashed potato, the instant mashed potatoes, isn't it? Yes, cheesy. Nice. Rockstar dev wife. Zubashi. Thank you for that, Rockstar. I think thank you. All right. So okay, so we've got significantly less bytes that we're sending just by closing the Chrome console. Because it's like whenever the Chrome console is open, Chrome decides to fire off as many mouse input events as you have running from your mouse, whatever. And I think that's not really intended, but it works that way. So what I want to do is actually, whether or not you have the console open or not, I'd like to at least limit the amount from the client side, how many bytes you're sending to the server. So I think we might be safe enough because like baseline, let's say baseline, most people are going to be playing on 60 hertz screens and they're probably not going to have the console open. So, you know, the average mouse is 125 hertz, if I'm not mistaken. Like if we open my Logitech gaming software here. Yeah, so 125 is like the base polling rate for most mice. Mine does 1,000, so I keep it at 1,000 because I play with, I use 120 hertz plus screens. So like the higher the mouse, you don't want your mouse rate to be too close to your refresh rate. That's not nice. You get some jagged movement. So the higher your mouse refresh rate, with the higher refresh rate, that the better. So like if I've got 1,000 on my mouse, well, okay, so what I was saying was the baseline user playing the game is probably going to have just 125 hertz mouse and a 60 hertz screen. So what automatically Chrome will do, or what the browsers will do with the request animation frame API, is limit one mouse input per frame. So you're already going to be just doing, probably 98% of the people playing are just going to be on a 60 hertz screen, whatever, and they're just going to be getting one mouse input event per frame. That's just part of the Chrome API. And if you open the console, then you'd go up to that maximum number. But I think I could probably safely just say, let's just do 60 hertz, or let's send 60 mouse updates to the server and just leave it at that. 60 updates per second. And that would actually be a nice little kind of rate limiting thing I could do on the server side too. And I could kind of say like, okay, if somebody's sending more than that, then we've got a problem. Somebody's trying to break things or something like that. So I should be able to, I'm fine with the browser still kind of parsing, a ridiculously high amount of mouse inputs. If you've got the console open, like I'm fine with the 1,000 hertz deal if you got 1,000 hertz mouse. And again, vast majority of the time, people are going to have the console closed, so you're going to have less. You're just going to be getting whatever your refresh rate is of your monitor. That's how many mouse updates you're going to be getting per frame. So, like in the case of, I can actually we can I kind of want to do this. It's not important, but we can do this just kind of for fun. So if I open up my player input file, maybe we can do... We can do this. Comment this. I can do... Oh, why did we not import that? Okay. And then down here for my debug items. In fact, I thought I was doing this. No. Well, let's undo this, and then I'm going to add a new event here. Value printer. Let's do... This is going to look a little wonky on screen. Mouse updates per frame. And then we can do this dot raw input queue. Do I have a length property on my raw input queue? Or there's raw input queue dot values. Mouse updates per frame. So I guess we can say this dot raw input queue dot, I have to do values dot length. Okay. All right. So that should, if I do that and we refresh, I guess that's happening after the raw input queue has been drained. So it's always going to be 0. Actually, let's try something else here just for debug. This dot input events per frame or from last frame or something from last frame equals 0, and then we can do. I'm just gonna make a little debug only, and then we can do this. Okay, so every time we do raw input queue, we can just set, whoops, this dot this equals this dot raw input queue dot values dot length. So we can do that, and then we'll just be storing that, and then we're going to be setting that every frame, and then great. So we refresh, mouse updates per frame. It's not working. Oh, I haven't updated this to use the right thing yet. So now instead of this, we're going to do this dot that. There we go. Yes. So basically, with the console closed, we just see one, if my mouse hasn't moved, we see 0 mouse updates per frame, right? But if I move the mouse, it's only going to hit 1, right? So we're getting 1 mouse input per frame. But again, I have a 1000 hertz mouse, and I am on a 120 hertz display. So that means we're totally not getting our 1000 hertz. But by the magic of Chrome, if I open the console, watch this, we're going to go up to 8 or something-ish, right? So when the console is open, for whatever reason, Chrome decides, oh, we're just going to use, even though you've got your request animation frame running, we're just going to do all those mouse inputs. So now it's sending 8 per frame. And if you do the math, that's kind of what it comes out to, because I got a 120 hertz screen and I have a 1000 hertz mouse. So we're basically getting 1,000. You're dividing your 1,000 out by 120, and that puts you out by 8-ish, right? Because we got, a bunch of those per frame. So our nice 1,000 mouse input events are getting divided out evenly per all of our 120 hertz frames. So that gives us 8 events, whatever. So all of that was just to say that's kind of a Chrome thing, because again, if I've got the console open right here, we're getting our full mouse input, our full, whatever our native mouse update rate is. If we close the console, we're back to just 1. So the request animation frame just, for some reason, only processes 1 mouse input per frame. And that's the story. I wonder if we could actually like feel the results of that. Like if I'm moving my mouse really fast like this versus like this, it's kind of the same. All right. Anyway, that was just a fun little side thing there. I think I might keep this because it's kind of cool to have. Oops. So let's comment all this stuff out here again. We're gonna get rid of this. We can comment this out, and I'm gonna leave these things here just for fun, in case I ever want to look at this again. That's good. We comment this one out. We uncomment this one. Cool. All right, so now what are we doing? Well, I want to limit. I'm getting a little chilly down here in my basement. I want to limit the number of, I want to have a hard limit on what the number of mouse inputs are that are being sent to the server. And I'd like to limit it at 60, because just, out of the, that's what the vast majority of people are going to be using, 60 hertz displays. And vast majority of them are not going to have the Chrome console open or whatever. I don't know how it behaves in other browsers, but let's just say Chrome, because Chrome is probably the most popular. Vast majority of people will probably be using Chrome. Vast majority of people will be on 60 hertz displays. Vast majority of people will probably have 125 hertz mice, maybe more, maybe if they have gaming mice, and it's possible they'll have gaming monitors, whatever, gaming mice, gaming monitors. And that stuff will be more. But the thing is, I kind of want to have the game more or less just work on what the vast majority of people probably would have. And like 60 mouse updates per second is going to be totally what we want. Going to be totally fine. So, basically what we need to do, I'm trying to think of like what maybe the best way would be to send those to the server. And I'm kind of thinking like maybe our, let's close this stuff now. We don't need that. So instead of maybe our WebSockets wrapper, actually, like what we could do, what I'm thinking we're going to end up doing is this is going to be like asynchronous of the game loop. I feel like maybe makes the most sense. So like we'd have just a set interval. We'd have a set interval like this, and we'd be running at, 1 1/60th of a second, something like this, right? And I'm actually gonna put that value in our config, I guess, in our config file. And the interesting thing is I want to figure out how what I need to do is I need to have like a new queue. I need to use a new queue object here. And I think so that we'd have an incoming message. So a queue is an object that I created. And basically what it is this is all it is. It's just a nice way to have a just an array, because I use this in a couple different places. So I thought, why not just create our own little object called a queue? And I don't know if this is in the traditional computer science data structure standpoint of queue. I don't know if this is even similar or not, but I call it a queue. So what I do is basically there's an array, and that's all there is. And if you add something to it, to the queue, it does this, and then inside it just does this.values.push, pushes the value on. Kind of dumb. I could probably just ignore this step, but whatever. But then this is kind of the part that I make it a little more maybe simpler for myself, where I do this shift each thing. So basically the queue, it's an array that builds stuff up, right? You're adding values to it over some sort of time. And then you're doing when you call shift each, basically that's kind of like the JavaScript for each, the array prototype for each, except what it's doing is every time for each one of those, you're pulling them off the front of the array, off the top of the array, at the beginning of the array, I should say. So, or wait a minute, maybe the end. No, the beginning of the array is what you're doing. Yeah. So it just does a loop. It loops while the array is not empty, and then basically fires your callback that you pass it with whatever that value was that we shift off the array. So basically it's just a nice way to, by calling shift each, you're shifting all the elements off the queue. So it's like a thing that's growing, and then you're pulling everything off. Or so it's pushing new values on the end of the array, right? So like an input event gets queued up that way, or the network events also get queued. So, and then that way I can execute what happens with them on each frame in a synchronous way for the game frame wise, right? So like a bunch of network events could be happening asynchronous to whatever the game's doing, but then they're getting queued in this queue, and then they're getting all processed at the end. And that was why, like, that was what I was doing with my player input. I do the same thing with the player input. So the player input has a raw input queue. And then what we were doing was every time that mouse is moving out, it's stacking up like 9 of those events or 8 of those events with my 1000 hertz mouse per 120 frames. It's stacking up 8 mouse events per frame. And then it shifts each of those off that array, empties the queue, right? So the queue grows, and then you process the queue, and then from the top, and then it empties. It's basically how it works. So you're adding things to this queue, and then when you shift each, you start from the top and empty each one out and do whatever you want with it. That's all it is. So the queue, my queue object is just a little, nice thing to have that. So I'm not implementing this every time I use it. And I think we might actually use it right now. So we'd have WebSockets wrapper. So we probably have like an outgoing, this.outgoing input queue, input event queue, something like that, equals new queue. And then the thing is, we need to, outgoing. I was going to say something looked funky there. Should it be like that? Outgoing, yeah, probably one whole word there. Outgoing input queue. We got incoming input message queue, outgoing input event queue, technically. I don't know. This is kind of a good enough name. So what I could do is queue up anything that happened. So any mouse input events that happened, whatever, could go into this queue. And then this set interval could, I don't use set interval in my code anywhere because I keep everything kind of synchronous to the game loop. But in this case, this is just about sending the messages out to the server. So I think I don't really care because this is not going to be interfering with the game state in any sort of way. It's just firing off some stuff to the server kind of outside. So I feel like having a set interval that empties this queue every time is good enough. Now, the one thing, so there's two types of input events that we care about, which would be any mouse movements themselves and any on-off cursor presses, up or down cursor presses. So the one thing I'm a little not super sure about how I want to handle is, do I want to send, I'd like to just send one mouse movement, but the mouse up or downs, I'm not sure exactly how I want to handle that. All right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break here. I got a little pee-pee dance going. So we'll be right back. And we're back. All right. All right, I ate my mashed potatoes. I ate the mashed potatoes that Big Kitty made for me, so. So sorry, I did more than just a bathroom break. I'm sorry, I apologize. Hope you'll accept my apology. I'm ashamed. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, so Subashi, them off-screen mashed potatoes didn't even share. Yep. The kitty needs to not work on days that I stream more often, so I can get more mashed potatoes. I'm just kidding. All right, so my Fitbit is dead. This is awful. I feel like this has been dying like way more. Yeah, I think this Fitbit is finally reaching its end of life. Used to last like days, and then now it just like dies after after like 2 or 3 days of being fully charged. All right. So anyway, we're not talking about Fitbits. We are talking about outgoing input cues. So the thing I'm trying to figure out is, do I want I need to kind of just think a little logically about this, how we want to do this, because I would like to just have a strict structure with which I'm sending the mouse input data out. Because eventually I'm going to be using array buffers. Right now I'm just sending data as a JSON string. I just have an object, and then I stringify it, and then I send it. Which, that's one reason why we have so many bytes. Because I want to switch to using an array buffer. And I can just greatly minimize everything. So instead of, the JSON stringify is turning this into a string and then sending it. So it's this string that has 1 byte here. This space would get omitted in the stringify, but then there'd be 2 bytes, 3 bytes, 4 bytes, 5 bytes, 6 bytes, 7 bytes, 8 bytes, 9 bytes. Then this space would get omitted. Then 10 bytes, 11 bytes, 12 bytes, 13 bytes, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 20 bytes just to say, I want to find a match. Instead, what I could do is, in the case of the find match, I could minimize this down to just 1 byte. Because this is basically just saying, I want to find a match. There's no parameters to send to it. There might be some parameters at some point. But basically, there's no reason to send like 20 bytes when I could just send 1 for the most part. Or 2. We maybe keep nice alignment and send 2 bytes. So I want to have kind of a fixed structure that goes out, basically, every time. And that's kind of literally what we're looking at now. It's like an actual like struct, in C or C++ or something. Like an actual kind of struct, data struct. So I would like to kind of have something that's a fixed size that doesn't change. And basically what I would do is I would set up that array buffer. I would allocate that array buffer, the first time that would get set up, and then that would never, you wouldn't reallocate it or anything. You would just keep that. You'd fill out the bytes that you need, and you'd send it. You'd clear it out, you'd zero it out, and then send it. You'd fill in what you need, and then send it out the door. So we need something kind of like, we'll just call this like input data or something. And I'm just kind of typing here somewhat pseudocodally. I'm not going to actually be doing this stuff here in the constructor like this. But we'd have something like input output message or something. Output input. output input, outgoing input message or something. And then it would look like something like, at least for right now, I could just keep kind of the format I'm doing now, because for now I'm just going to keep doing JSON. So it'd be the request, and it would be request that is cursor move. Or actually, maybe we just send like, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think exactly what I want. All right, I'm getting pretty chilly in my basement. I'm going to go grab a jacket of some kind. All right, I'll be right back. 1 second. All right, I am back. Got a little hoodie, refreshed my glass of water. Okay. So, the one thing I'm trying to figure out is like how, because I want to send basically just one. I think I want to send just like the latest. The latest mouse movement. I just want to send that, the latest mouse movement, to the server. I feel like that makes the most sense. Cullen, how was something so simple, so fun? Really neat game you've got. Hey, thank you very much, Colin. I appreciate that. Those words mean a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Glad you're having some fun. Oh, a friend of Retro MMO, I see. Any friend of Retro MMO is a friend of mine. So yeah, welcome, Colin. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. His link sent me here. Gotcha. Oh, Retro MMO is hosting me or something? Something like that? I posted you in Discord. Oh. Thanks, Retro. I appreciate that. Seriously, Retro's, Evan's watching out for me. I'll say that. Zubashi. Colin is everywhere. Okay. It's true. I gotcha. All right. Well, yeah. Thanks again, Evan, for the for throwing the link around. I really appreciate that. I checked the tutorial after playing a few rounds and appreciate mentioning you can use the space bar. Feels so much nicer with that. Yes, I agree, Colin. I play with the space bar all the time. So I made it space bar and mouse click just because, you know, some people might like the mouse click. Whatever, but Retro, anytime. We have a self-promo channel in the Discord. People spam their Twitch links and stuff. Nice. Yeah, actually, I think I've seen that on your Discord. Now I just need an R reset key to get a good start. Yeah, it's a good point. I've thought about that before. I've thought about like maybe having some sort of restart thing for the practice. Well, I'll use this opportunity quick just to throw my own Discord here. So I do have my own Discord. There's like 12 people on it right now. There's not a lot of people, but we're growing a little bit. So if you want to join the Discord, feel free. I'd appreciate it. Clicking twice to restart pulls me out of the groove I'm trying to get into. Oh, like, are you talking about, you're talking about like if you hit play and then you're trying to play and then you're like, and you have to do this? Is that what you're kind of saying, Colin? R to reset would be nice. Yeah, actually, we could, I'll accept that as a challenge. Let's see how quickly we can implement R to reset. Let's see here. So first thing would be we need to go to our config file. Time to add more listeners. You betcha. Yeah, this is a new event right here. We're gonna have like reset practice or something. Okay, where's our config file? Right here. Okay, so here's our mouse input mappings. So we're gonna say action is going to be oh boy. Okay, actually we got a little bit more of a problem. Actually, no, we won't. We're gonna have reset. We're gonna call this reset key down. DOM event is going to be key down. Test is going to be, I don't know what, I'd prefer to do the actual decimal number, but if we do, let's just try this real quick here. If I do R, capital R, is that gonna work? True, else false. Okay, we'll see if that works. We'll see what that gets us. And then, I gotta fix this. I gotta fix this problem here. Cullen is now following. Thank you, Cullen. And we're trying to implement your requested feature ASAP. Actually, I shouldn't be implementing this on this branch of the code, because now we're gonna have to wait. Hurry, add the keybind before Cullen unfollows. Okay, so we did. I think this works. I don't know. Well, okay, so I need to add this to my master branch is what I need to do, and I need to push a new update to do that. And I need to add a favicon to the website. That would be nice too. So I should maybe put those into two things. Okay, so now we're gonna have case reset key pressed, I think. Let's see if that works. Case reset key down, and then we can just CLG console log reset key pressed. We'll see if this works. I don't know. I don't know if let's see what we got here. Okay, so if I refresh, we're gonna see if I press R, does that work? Nope. All right, what would R be in uppercase? We need an ASCII table here. Oh, actually, hang on. Let me do the research myself here. Let's do this the heuristic way. So if we do window dot on key down, we're gonna print E. Console log E. How about that? Oh no, that's not right. That's not right. It's this. Can I do window? Can I do that on window? Did this run? Oh. That's wrong. This, then this, then... There we go. Okay, so E. Oh, it's lowercase e. That's the problem. So R would be a lowercase r. But I should probably, instead of using the R, I don't need to do a string compare. We should do like a key code. Yeah, let's do key code 82. Let's do it that way. So E.keycode equals 82. Let's just try that. Okay, so now if I go back to the game, now if I push R, reset key pressed, there we go. And then let's see what happens if we do, okay, so then instead of reset key down, we need to emit an event. We're gonna event emitter, whoops, event emitter dot emit. Hang on a second here. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's a bunch of mistakes there. Okay. All right, so we're for the most part almost there. Reset key down, event emitter dot emit, reset key pressed. We'll just say this. This is me just going really fast and not thinking through what I should actually do. Oh, we just need to do that. And then here, okay, so then we do reset key down, event emitter dot emit, reset key pressed. So then we go to our application, and then we had set up a listener for that event. So we say event reset key pressed, and then we do a listener, and then we do this, and we do that, and that, and that, and that, and there, this, that, this. And I need to do a check. This needs to be only a practice match. I shouldn't do this if we're in a... we need to first check if this dot match is something. So we would do this. Okay, we would do if... I guess if not match. Whoops. Then return. See, Evan, this is why I like... This is one of the things I like doing... one-liner ifs. If I've got like quick returns out of a function, I like to do the one-line return. If something breaks, then just return. Get us out of there. If not this dot match dot is practice, return. So if we're not in a practice match, return. If we're not in a match, return. If we don't even have a match, return. If we're not in a practice match, return, because I don't want to have the reset key for a competitive match. That would be kind of annoying. If empty return. Empty return? What are you talking about? Colin, I've been taught to not like one-line ifs, but to be honest, I like those work there. What in the world? Who raised you? Return. Why? Well, okay, so then here's the reason why I like them in this case, because otherwise what I would do is if this dot match, for example, then this would be a nested if this dot match dot is practice. So then this is what would happen, and then basically we'd go in, we'd do the thing we want to do, and like then I could get away without doing any returns. Oh, empty return, retro MMO. I see. Return semicolon. That's what you meant. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, what? It would be return void or something. Oh, it's undefined. Sorry, void is C. Right? That's what it's doing. It's implying that's what it's doing, I guess. Or break. You don't need the return at all, though. Well, if I do it this... Oh, yeah, I guess I could do break, right? Break will break a block. Well, if I do it this way, then I don't use any returns. But if I do it this way, then it's also a little kind of confusing, maybe. Like, oh, I don't, when I have something that, like, if something immediately should just kill the function, then I kind of like doing that. Like, if this, just return. If this, just return. I mean, yes, I understand that one-line ifs are kind of annoying and like weird to look at because you don't have the, your whatever. But this is the one case where I do kind of like them. Like just one thing that just gets me out of the function and I know like, okay, I'm out of here kind of thing. You don't need to return it all. Oh, you already said that. Your program style is fine. I'm just being a hater. Nice. Well, I mean, and I agree, like one-liner ifs are sometimes weirder to read, but I do like them in this case because then I can just like, and I'll say there's other cases where like if you've got this big nested thing that like takes up more than your screen, I'm like constantly scrolling back and forth to be like, oh wait, where's the case where I quit if I hit this case, this else or whatever. And I'm like scrolling up and down, like where is that thing? So that's the one reason why I kind of do these from time to time. Yeah, as long as it's the same throughout all the code, then life is great. Cullen, it's probably not the same all throughout the code, but I appreciate the. Okay, so if this dot match, okay, well, we're getting rid of this. We don't need that anymore. Okay, so only if we're in a practice match, then, and I guess you could argue the other thing is like, well, it's nice to have this code indented or whatever that I can tell that like I'm only in this case to do it, but I get it. But if I kind of have like a point A to point B function, just like, it's just going to run through some stuff and do this, and it's pretty simple, like pretty straightforward, then I kind of like this path. Because it's like, then I know immediately, like, oh, yeah. So if we're not even in a match, then this thing's just, we're just getting out of here. Like, because we're ignoring this, basically. We're ignoring this function, this event, if this case is true, or if this case is true. So, love it or hate, love me or hate me. Get this man's. Nice. Nice. All right. Okay. Can you just skip this first this dot match? No, because JavaScript will throw an exception if I try to get is practice on something that's null. So match, if it's not in use, will be null. And if I try to get is practice of null, you know, JavaScript, whatever. Yeah, if you do optional chaining. Yeah, is that question mark thing? Is that what that is? Like this or something weird like that? Is that what that is? I remember reading about that. But that's not in... Is that only in... Do you have that just because you're in TypeScript and TypeScript does whatever the heck it wants? Because I know that that's part of the JavaScript, like ES20 or something, or ES21. I don't know. Whatever new standard. IDKF Vanilla.js has it. Yeah, that's kind of... I know Vanilla.js is supposed to have it. What is it called again? Optional chaining. That's a nice little detail there. Little syntactical thing. Whoops. I'm just doing a quick Google search on it. Script optional chaining. Developer.mozilla optional chaining operator question mark dot. Yeah, let's see the support. Browser compatibility. Chrome. Oh, it is. Oh, it is valid now. Man, okay, the last time I looked at this, which was probably like a couple years ago. Oh, wait a minute. Full support. The following table provides implementation status. This feature is not fully yet reached cross-browser stability. Yeah, whatever. We'll ignore it for now. But in theory, it should work. So if I did this, we could just do... Or wait. Did I do it wrong? Is it this one? Yeah. No, it must not be. Do it this way? Is that right? I don't know. Let's just try it. Let's just try it for fun since we're here. We're already in try it in a console here. So let's just create exactly what we've got. Const mat. Let's do let match equal null. Match dot. I should have called this like match one or something. Match dot something equals true. Oh. Forget you saw that. That was embarrassing. Okay, so let match equal null. I shouldn't have did null. I should have did. Or yeah, let's do let match equal null. Then let's do let match 2 equal or match 3. Match 3 equals something. Something equals 4. No, let's just do that. Something is something. And then we do match. If we do match dot something, cannot read property something of null, but if we do match 3 something, then we got 4. So then if we do match dot something, is this the right one? Yeah, nice. Okay, so it does work. I did not know about optional chaining. That's neat. Yeah, that is kind of cool. I read about it a while back, but at the time that I read about it, which was probably a year ago, I don't think it was even in Chrome at that point. Or it said Chrome 80 on the Mozilla page, the MDN page that I Googled off screen. Break more things and learn. Yes. Okay. So that's going. That's cool. I will not use it right now, but okay, so okay. What were we doing? We were doing a reset key thing, right? Now this is the part I need to figure out exactly how I want to do. So we need to emit and a match end match. Ooh, okay. This might be a little trickier than I realized. Is that good enough? Match ended. Emit. Okay, and then match ended, we can do, yes, okay. So we can just do match ended, and then we can do, match started. Ooh, okay. All right, yeah, I should do this. I should do something else about this. I need to like add another Boolean to say skip the stat screen maybe. Because technically what I've done right now is if we try this, I play and we push R, it's going to just kick us to the stat screen right away. It'll do time's up. Yeah. So, okay. So I can't quite get there that well. Colin, whoa, you can even use it with function calls. Some interface.custom method. Nice. So I guess in that case, you're testing if custom method is a function. And then calling it if it is. Because if custom method was something else, then. Nice, nice. All right, well, the reset key thing, I'm going to make a little note to keep working on that. But I might at some point switch back over to our all right. I'm adding that to the Trello there. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, NP, appreciate that still. Yeah, no, it's a good idea. I was curious how quickly I could implement it, but I will need to do, if it was something very quick, I would do it, but I need to do something a little more involved. Well, I mean, technically we could get it going pretty quick, but I don't want to like get anything that's kind of breaking at this point with that. Because right now where it is with the R just firing event match ended, that should be no big deal. Okay, so we're looking at mouse input. That's what we've been doing here. So I'm trying to figure out what's like the data structure I want to have for this mouse input. Do I still have my mouse thing going? No, I don't. I got rid of that. Let's... Can I re-enable that? I kind of want to see what that looks like. Okay. So here we're doing 1 mouse input update per frame because we don't have the console. But now we got the console open. We're getting 8 mouse inputs per frame. Wait, why am I logging cursor down? Oh, yeah, I did that there. Whoops. Okay, so I guess... Oh, that was 2. Oh, it was 2 because I moved the mouse. Ah. Here's what we should do. No? No, wait a minute. That's not good either. Because what I need to do... Because, okay, so the thing is, if we send every mouse update to the server... We're sending every movement, whether it's, or every mouse movement, every mouse click, every mouse release click up, mouse up. And keyboard. The keyboard and mouse up, down are the same things. The same game events. So I want to make sure that I'm sending to the server. We want to make sure you know what? Maybe what we do mouse updates per frame. I'm going to keep this on screen for right now. If we do So basically, the thing that's kind of tricky is I want to limit the amount of mouse updates we send to the server. I want to say we're making it 60. You're going to send 60 updates per second to the server. So if your mouse was continuously moving for that time, you'd be sending 60. If your mouse goes still, then we wouldn't send anything. So the thing that's a little tricky is like, what if you click the mouse, release the mouse? What if somehow those were to happen in the same frame, a click and a release? Well, okay, so what I'm thinking of doing is, let's just say, for example, because right now, for example, if I have a 1000 hertz mouse, got 120 hertz screen. If I've got the console open, Chrome will use my full-blown 1000 hertz mouse. So that's why we're seeing like 8 mouse updates per frame in this case. We can maybe it'll even, well, yeah, whatever. Because it's dividing all 1000 mouse movements that are coming through over, dividing those out by 120. But if I close the console, then, we just go to 1. But I need to at least handle the case where if somebody's got the console open, I need to be appropriately handling this. Now, I guess in theory, I could tap and release the mouse so fast, maybe. I could tap and release the keyboard or mouse so fast, and I know this says mouse updates per frame, and it's working when I push the keyboard. Don't worry about it. I know maybe it's possible that you could tap it so fast that you end up with the down and the release within that one frame, within that same frame. Because what I'm going to do is, if we have mouse update, the mouse is at 1 by 1 pixel. Next frame, or next mouse input event it's at 5 by 3. Next input it's at 7 by 3. Next input event it's at 12 by, 2 or something. So like this is the mouse. This could be all of our mouse input events in before that one frame, right? Like when I'm doing this, I get 8 of those per frame. And we're going to be sending 60. We're actually going to be sending 60, or we're going to be sending one update per 60th of a second to the server. So make that, in this case, in my case, what am I looking for? Okay. In my case, this 8 now becomes 16 because my frame times have been doubled. So, we're at 120, we're at 8 events per 120, so we'd be at 16 events per 60 FPS, 60, blah, 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 whatever. So you'd potentially have, in this case, 16 mouse events that have actually happened, but we only want to send 1 to the server. So I guess what we do, well, okay. Oh, this is going to be kind of tricky. Okay, so let's just say a mouse click happened at this position. And let's say mouse went down at this position. How do I show that? A V. So mouse goes down at this position, and then let's say it comes up. We're moving the mouse. The mouse is kind of moving along here. So let's say we're at 14.2, and then this is x. I'm just doing these generic made up xy coordinates for sake of example. So 14.2, then we're at 17.3. You know, we're just kind of moving along the x-axis here, whatever. This doesn't really make realistic sense. And let's say our mouse goes up here. So our mouse goes down at this frame, or this is not a frame. This is all happening in one frame. Let's just pretend that that's a possibility. So if the mouse went down, so what I'm kind of doing is we're going to be parsing through all the mouse movements, and then we're going to say, okay, well, then the mouse, we're going to say the mouse moved to 17.3. So basically we're skipping parsing all of these other mouse input events. But the problem is maybe the mouse went down at 7.3. And if we say, okay, well, let's move the mouse down event, then is the mouse down event going to show up at 17.3? And maybe 17.3 is just outside of a bubble. And maybe you're showing that the mouse down happened at 17.3, meaning you're outside of the bubble. So that would register as a mistake on the server. So what that means is I must, when I do a mouse down event, I must send the mouse position, because we're going to say, okay, this was the position of the mouse at the time that went down. So I mean, I could maybe do timestamps as well so that the server could know the order. I don't really like doing that because it feels kind of dumb. I guess what we could maybe say okay, this is an interesting problem. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. So, sending one because we've got kind of the three types of input events we could have. We've got the mouse movement itself, the mouse down, and the mouse up. And maybe actually the server doesn't care about the ups. Right? Am I right? Yeah, the server actually doesn't care about the up. So let's forget about the up for right now because it doesn't really matter. But let's say all of this happened. Okay, so let's say this is our mouse input queue, or we'll say this is a move event. We'll say this is a move event. We'll say this is a move event. We'll say, or we're going to say this is a move event. We're going to say we moved to 7.3 and then we clicked in 7.3. So then this will be a cursor down event, and then this will be a move. This will be a move, and this will be a move. So we've got a mouse movement, a mouse movement, a mouse movement. Oh my goodness, mouse movement, mouse down on that same at that same position. A mouse movement, mouse movement, mouse movement. So let's just say this was all happened in one frame. Actually, I guess in our case, this will happen in our 1/60th of a frame because our WebSockets wrapper is going to be doing, it's going to have this outgoing input queue. All the input events should go in there that happen. And then our set interval that'll happen every 60th of a second will then parse through the outgoing input queue. It'll shift each input event off and then parse which one is which. But the thing is, like, we want to send the latest cursor movement, but we want to send, like, we want to send the mouse down event too at the correct position. It's like if there's just a cursor movement, then we send just the cursor movement. So we would need an object that would be like maybe like the request would be input or something. I don't know what we would say that cursor input. We'll just say, it doesn't really matter for now. Player input. Yeah, we'll just say input, and then it's going to be like mouse down, which could be null some frames or something, null or 0 or something, I don't know. And if it was mouse down, then we would have like an array maybe of an x, or I guess no, if it was mouse down, then we'd have an object that would be an x, y position, so that would be the x7, y3, and then mouse move, I guess would then just be that latest movement. We could say 17 and then y3. Like we could have that maybe. And then if mouse down, if there was no mouse down in the input queue, then it just wouldn't have anything. And I guess it doesn't really matter what came first. The only thing, the thing I want to avoid, I'd like to just send that latest mouse movement, but the one problem with that is I can't send the mouse down attached to just whatever the latest mouse movement is. Like I can't just say, okay, the mouse down happened at some point in our frame, and I'm just going to, you know, and we had a bunch of mouse movements per frame. So I can't just take the latest frame. I mean, because we could do this, and I'd like to avoid sending these individually if I could. Like, I don't want to send request input. I don't want to say, like, because what I'm doing right now is I am doing two separate events, and I'm sending those to the server, cursor move, cursor down. And then it's basically cursor move, and here's the movement. You know what? I kind of actually like this. I kind of feel like that might be the best thing to do. I mean, because I could pack them into just one object, but then, like, sometimes this one's null, sometimes whatever, or sometimes it's 0. I don't know, whatever. Sometimes mouse down isn't anything. And then it's like, what is first, the mouse down or the mouse movement? But if I just send them... Oh, wait a minute. All right. I think what we should try first is just the individual events. So let's just do this the hacky way to start. We're going to do this dot playing. We'll do if this dot playing. Then okay, how am I doing this for, let's look at how we're doing this for the player input. So how are we, okay, this dot raw input q dot add action and E. Okay, we kind of get rid of that. So we could just say the cursor down or the cursor move. Okay, so let's do this. So so instead of actually, I guess we could technically keep this here. So instead of doing the socket send immediately, yeah, we don't need that. So basically, instead of doing the socket send immediately, we would do, in the case of cursor up, cursor down, we would do this dot in outgoing input queue dot add. And then I guess we would just do this. So we would do actually, let's just do it this way. Request cursor move, and then we will do pose. I guess we can, yeah, we can just do units. Okay. We can do it pretty much exactly like what we're doing here. We're just kind of delaying this. We're basically queuing up this thing that we would otherwise be sending. So we do the same exact thing down here, except this will be for cursor down. That should be good. Then I don't know what the best way to do this thing would be. How I should set this up. If we do, let's see, where do we set WebSockets wrapper playing to true? Playing equals, okay. Oh, yes, okay. All right, so this quit game only fires when player click the in-game quit button. Guess wherever we set this stop playing to false, we should set this as, so match ended. Maybe we could say this, stop sending input. I should call this something else. Player quit game. Like player quit game. And then maybe this should be like end match. All right, where are we setting this stop playing equal to false? Here, just, oh, there's 3 places. There. Oh, and that's the setup. But here, we're doing, dot playing Okay, I'd like to get rid of this dot playing for right now. We're gonna go in and rip this out. We're gonna do a nice solid refactor here because we need it. So this dot event, listeners, we've got cursor moved and cursor down. So what I want to do is actually put these listeners, instead of being these, just lambda whatever, we're gonna put these as we're gonna set these as a variable, and then we can stop doing the if this dot playing check. So we can say let's see, this dot on cursor move equals this dot on cursor down equals. So then we can basically just take this and set it to that, and then on cursor down, it's going to be the same thing, pretty much. Okay, we're here. And then we're going to get rid of this dot playing. And then we're going to conditionally add or remove these based upon some sort of method call. And actually, we could just one-liner this thing too. Oops. Yes. Okay. So this is looking good. And then we need to conditionally actually start listening to these things or not. So I guess we could say match started, match ended, maybe. How do you spell match? Match ended or match started. And then on match started, we would do we would do event emitter dot on mouse. Yeah, we can get rid of these. We can do on cursor moved, and then we would pass this dot on cursor move. And basically the same thing, except this would be, this would be cursor down, cursor down. So we set up those event listeners on match started, and then we set this dot playing to maybe we don't need this dot playing anymore. Yeah, I don't think actually we even need this dot playing anymore. So we could get rid of this. Quit game, and then we could, I guess inside of quit game, we could say match. We could call this dot match ended. And then this would be basically the same thing, except this would be event emitter dot off. Kind of the inverse. So when a match starts, we start listening for these events. When the match ends, we stop listening to those events. I think that's all we really need to do. When is quit game called, actually? Let's look at that real quick. Quit game is called from application. Let's quit game. All right, that happens on match ended, which technically we don't really need to put that there. We could just put that in this match ended. Yeah, technically we don't need that, and we don't even need this. Or wait a minute. Oh, no, never mind. We do need this. Let's call this, let me just make sure that we're good here. Dot quit game. Okay. So we do need this, but let's rename this to player quit. Player quit game. Just to be more clear. Okay, so then we're gonna go here and do this. And then that's good. And we don't need the match ended. In theory, I think we are okay here. Oh, swallow that water weird there. Okay. All right. Okay. So, quit game, player quit game. Yeah, this is where we notify the server. So if the player forcefully quit a match in the middle, this is where we tell the server, okay, hey, the player quit. So this is good. This kind of needs to be here. Player click the in-game quit button, right? But then oops. I'm going to say WebSockets, WebSocket, server match, or we'll just say WebSockets wrapper dot match started. And then, well, we'll just say it like that, and then we're going to say the inverse. I just want to keep an eye in the console on these things here. So this would be match ended. So we should always have a match started and a match ended. We cannot have a duplicate. We can't be running match started more than once. So that's something that kind of makes me a little nervous. But we'll see. We'll see about that. WebSockets wrapper match started. WebSockets wrapper match ended. Player quit game. This dot socket dot send. JSON dot stringify request quit match. Cool. All right. So then we basically match ended. Okay, where exactly are we? I guess we could call if match ended comes from the server. If match ended comes from the server, then we need to do this dot match ended. And also, if the player quits, we need to do this dot match ended. I'm pretty sure. And then the only place we should set that to true, so this is fine. Match started, match, create website. We would just do, I guess we just do if bubbles, then WebSockets wrapper dot, WebSockets wrapper dot match started. So in theory, we should be okay there. So let's try a competitive match real quick. WebSockets wrapper match started. WebSockets wrapper match ended. WebSockets wrapper match ended. WebSockets wrapper match ended. Cool. Okay. So everything there looked pretty good. Let's just actually pop some bubbles here. Uh-oh. Match 145. Wow, this is a pretty interesting error here. Match JS 145. Let's see what we got. This dot bubbles dot init. Oh, okay. Okay, so actually, no, that's fine. That's fine. Because we stopped sending bubbles to the server. That's the problem. Or we stopped sending mouse inputs to the server. So now when we made it to a certain point, there's no more bubbles. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. So we're halfway through what we're doing. We're halfway through the things we want to be doing. Okay, so I like this. And we're setting up those event listeners now and setting them on and off, which is good. And then basically when we have these, we pop these into this outgoing input queue. And then we kind of need to like sum these up. Okay. Okay, so we no longer need this if this dot playing thing. This is just, yeah. This is one of my to-dos. Think more about if this is a good idea. Maybe add state for playing, waiting for match, etc. Yeah, we might be doing the waiting for match thing, but we'll address that when we get to it. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. We don't need that thing anymore. We're doing outgoing input queue. We don't need this. Ooh, I guess what we can do, one thing we want to do, outgoing input queue. Whenever we pull our... I guess we do this dot outgoing input queue dot values equals a new blank array. I think we'll just do that. Okay. So that is good. We basically just clear the queue out is what we kind of do there. Just in case. Just in case there's like some object event. Some input event that goes in there and then the game ends before it gets parsed. Yeah, this is just like a safe thing to do. Because we don't want that one input event that gets stuck in there to stay all the way until the next match. That would be bad. So we clear it out at the end, or we could clear it out at the beginning of match started, I guess, technically. But, oh, okay, so the other thing we need to do, how do I do this? I need to do this, I do this on the server. I forget how to use JavaScript set interval. One that it returns a number, I think is all it does. It returns like an index of what timer it is. And I need to just store that in something, right? So if we go to, I think match has that. Yeah, countdown. Okay, so we do that. We just set it to null first. So we do this, I guess we call this dot outgoing input timer ID. And we say equals null. And then whenever we, okay, so then whenever we set up the game, we do this. So we initialize that to null. Whenever we start a match, we do this. I guess actually maybe what would be better is let's do this dot outgoing input queue equals new queue. Let's just do a whole new one whenever we start a match. And then we can get rid of this line. And then we do the clear interval this dot outgoing input timer ID. Interval ID, I guess I should call it, but whatever. So we call clear interval on the game ends, on the game ending. That's good. And then we set it up here. So we do the set interval. Oh, and we need to do this. We need to do it like this. Ooh. And I just thought of something really bad that's happening. So even if I do a single player game right now and quit in the middle of it, Boom, WebSockets wrapper match ended, so that's not good. Yeah, we don't want that. All right. All right, hang on. Quick bathroom break. And we'll be right back to it. All right. We're back. All right, so we are getting somewhere with this, I think. There's one problem. I only want the player quit game to fire if we're in the middle of a game. So I'm kind of thinking like we do need an actual like state. I guess what I could do is like a Boolean to say, but if we do clear interval, I guess maybe it would be good to null this out. Maybe this dot outgoing something. We do null there. Just to be safe. And then let's, okay, so I guess we could do like a Boolean in here just to be a little more formal. I mean, we could, okay, so what we could otherwise do is just check if this dot outgoing input timer ID is something, because otherwise it should be null if we're not in a match currently. Otherwise it should be whatever the set interval returns us. But I'm not sure what makes the most sense. Clear, okay. Yeah, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do check for if this dot outgoing timer ID is something. What was that? You're going to hit me in the face with something? All right. So in the application we do okay, this is good, but then in the quit game thing, we need to do like if then this. All right, I'll do these. I'll give in. I'll do these as not one-liners. And I'll do that up here too. All right, getting rid of the one-liner ifs. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So that's good. All right, so in theory now, we should be pretty golden. So if I do, okay, so now if we do just a normal game, and I quit, yeah, now we're not, that's good. Whoops. Oh, and then let's make sure that it's working in a competitive game, that it's working the way, man, that is frustrating. Okay, so that's good. Started, ended. Beautiful. Okay. And so now, that's good enough for now. And what we can do is we can start sending the mouse input events here. So what we want to do is this dot outgoing input queue dot shift each. And we're gonna, I guess, say input event. We'll do input event. And then we are going to do, we're going to do a let we're going to say let latest mouse, latest cursor move, and latest cursor down. Or I guess we'll set these to null equals null. And I'll do let and then okay, so that's good. Latest cursor move, latest cursor down. And then this dot outgoing input queue shift each input event. And then I guess we'll just do an if statement here. If input event dot request equals cursor move, cursor down. If it's cursor move, then we do one thing, else we can assume it's just a cursor down, I guess, for right now, because it's just the two things. And we'll tidy this all up at some point, but we'll say let or latest. So then we'll say latest cursor move. Let's do, okay, so let's do these as let's do it like this. So we're gonna say or we'll call this latest cursor move pose and latest cursor down pose. So say we'll set these as objects that are X and Y to null. And then we'll do latest cursor move dot latest cursor move pose dot X equals input event dot pose dot X. And yeah, we should probably do it this way. And then same thing for this one, but it's going to be, well, same exact thing for this one, but it will be latest cursor down. And then because what we're doing here, we've got our outgoing input queue, and those are in order. We're doing shift each. We're calling shift each on outgoing input queue. And what that does is that'll take us through every input event that happened in there in chronological order. So we'll start at the earliest one. Next one would be something else. It would be something that happened after that. So what we can do is we can just set, we're just shifting each input event, and then we are just simply setting the position, the XY positions of that as we go. So then by the time we're at the end, each of these will be the latest. Each of these, the latest cursor move pose and latest cursor down pose, will be the, in fact, latest one that happened in that queue, from the queue. So then we could just do a conditional if latest cursor move pose dot X. So if it is actually something, we can just test the X. Then we can say this dot socket dot send request cursor oh yeah, actually, okay, actually we can just do, we don't need to do that whole deal with input queue dot add. Yeah, then okay, so actually we don't need to do this whole thing. We can just do null. We'll just do null, and we'll just do null. And then instead of X and Y, we just do latest cursor move equals input event. Same thing here. We're gonna call this down equals input event. And then we get rid of the pose on these. And then we just test if they're null. If we say if latest cursor move, and we're not checking .x, and I'm going to do one-liner ifs. If that, then we're going to do this dot socket dot send. This dot socket dot send, and then basically we just say latest cursor move. And if latest cursor down, then we also send to this dot socket dot send latest cursor down. And it is possible that this move could actually have happened after the latest down event. Although probably 99.9% of the time that's not going to happen. Well, should never say never. But this should, in theory, do what we're looking for. So in theory, this should be what we want exactly. Now we'll be sending mouse updates to the server every 60th of a second that goes by. So let's try it. Let's see if it works. See what happens here. Before it was broken and it wasn't sending more bubbles. WebSocket is already closed. Okay, we had a crash. Unexpected token O in JSON at position 1. Oh! Yeah, we need to do JSON stringify. That would help. So we need to JSON stringify that object, and then we are good. I forgot about that. My bad. Okay. So now let's try it again. Let's get another game going here. Okay, let's not do these. Oh, and it should be working now. We're generated new bubbles, so that looked good, because that was not what was happening before when we stopped sending mouse inputs to the server. Nice. Okay, so let's... what was I going to do on the server here? Hang on a second here. And oh, and the cool thing that we can do, okay, so by saying on the client that we're always going to be forcing 1/60th of a second, we can do just kind of a little rate limiting feature on the server to say if you send a message shorter than 1/60th of a second, then we know, oh, that's not right, so we can kill that connection or something. We can say, oh, you're cheating, something like that. So that's kind of a nice little feature. One little rate limiting feature. We can just kick that player or whatever, reset their connection, something to make them stop sending messages more frequent than that. Oh, and the other thing actually, I was just going to say is Right now I'm doing this just as its own input queue, but I might actually do like every message that can get sent to the server might get queued up in this way. Actually, that might not be a good idea. Well, we'll see. We'll see what we end up going with here. That was my original thought, but also at the same time, we don't really need to do that. Maybe, maybe not. Because my thinking is it would be nice to kind of maybe have like a solid, well, some sort of I don't know. Anyway, let's, what was I going to test? There was some reason, for some reason, I stopped WebSockets wrapper match ended. Okay. There's something I was going to do on the server to see. Okay, let's try again. Oh, that's right. We had 5-second matches. I need something more than that. We need to go back to 30 seconds. Match time length. Oops. 30 seconds or 30,000 milliseconds. Oh. Yeah, and then our server crashes. Oh, I need to actually restart it. There we go. The server didn't crash. It was something with the file system watcher that crashed that automatically restarts the server. So I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with that. I'll have to dig into that at some point. Hey, why are we down at 31 event listeners now? Did I spell listener right? That looks weird. Yeah, that's right. Okay, now I know why we're down to 31 event listeners now, because we've gotten rid of, we're now conditionally setting our, actually, if we start a game, then this would go up to, that one's at 32. Do we have another leak now? Oh, no. Oh, okay. No. That's right. That's good. Why is this still at 5 seconds? There we go. Okay. Now we're back at 30 seconds. Okay. Okay. Oh, so now, ooh, this will be interesting. This will be kind of fun to try. We could just try doing, okay, so let's play around with our interval. So what we can do is now, oh, let's restart the server. Okay, so let's fire up a game for both. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. So now let's just look. I'm just going to play the whole game. So in 1 30-second game, we're going to see how many bytes we send to the server-ish average. Before, when we did it 1,000 hertz, or on the mouse, was sending 1,000 updates per second. So now we've sent 240,000 bytes. Wait a minute, is that right? $240,000. Let's just do 120 again here. Whoops. Ah. Now we've sent 239,000. That doesn't make sense. Why? Okay, that. All right, let's try this now. Let's just try this now. All right, I'm a little confused here. Let's just do this. Oh, okay. I know what the problem is. Okay. The problem is we need to do 1 divided by 60. Oops. 1 over 60, but it needs to be times 1,000. That's the problem, because this is the number of milliseconds. And what I was doing was sending the number of seconds, which is, in this case, 0.16, 0.1666667. So then, obviously, we're under 1 millisecond. So that's the problem. This needs to be 16.7 that we pass in here. And then, so doing times 1,000 is what I want to do. That's the problem. Because even when I changed this to 1 over 30, there was no difference. So that should be the issue. Zubashi, missing semicolon. Oh, them tricky maths. Am I missing a semicolon somewhere, or is that just your, or was that just a possible idea of what I was doing wrong? Yeah, well, okay, so my problem was I wanted to have this set interval run. I wanted to have my loop be running 1/60th of a second. But I was doing 1 divided by 60, but the number of it's the number that you pass to your set interval needs to be the number of milliseconds. Just go to solution, but I don't think you absolutely need semicolons in JS anymore, right? Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think you do, technically. I thought there were a few cases where it can do weird things if you like omit a semicolon, so I just still put semicolons everywhere to be safe. There are a couple of cases where you do need them. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so I play it better safe than sorry, I guess. Like if you start a line with an open bracket or parenthesis. Okay. Gotcha. All right, so now that I've did this math right here, now that we should actually be doing the correct amount of seconds. Now let's try. So let's fire up the match, and then now that we're doing actually 1/60th of a second. Whoa. We should have significantly less amount of data that we're sending now. Time's up. Well, we still sent, okay, so we sent 134,000 input events. Not that many input events. We sent 134,000 bytes. We sent, so that's good, I think. We can make that number a lot lower, but that's good for right now. So now if I make this 120, which is more or less what we would have before had we done our console closed. Now, let's see what that number is. So we had 134,000 bytes sent just by the one player. So now let's see what we end up with. Playing a 30-second game here. Oh boy. So now, yeah, okay, so now we have 239,000 bytes. Cool. So we significantly reduced the amount of bytes we were sending there by going with just 1/60th of a second. And I don't think we're screwing anything up by doing that. And what we had before, I guess technically we could do 1 over 1,000 by 1,000. Right? Yeah. Who needs brackets when you got Python and indentation? LOL. Yeah, semantic, what's it called? Semantic indentation, I don't remember. All right, so now I'm doing 1,000 hertz, more or less. We're sending 1,000 mouse updates. Ooh, actually, this might be causing some issues, I wonder. Because, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Oh, in that case, we still only sent 254,000 bytes. So maybe that's not. Yeah, I guess there might have been a little issue with that. Now wait a minute. I'm doing this right, right? I hope so. All right, well, we significantly reduced the amount of bytes we were sending in a single game, which is great. And now, what is that thing I'm thinking of with Python? Syntactic indentation? No, syntactic. I forget what that's called now. One Lives Left brought that up on the stream the other day. Python syntactic. Forget what that's called. Where indentation is part of the language. Oh yeah, syntactically significant white space. Yes. Yes. Syntactic white space. Yes. You got it, Retro. Okay, so now on the server, let's take a look at maybe let's just screw around with just testing out this new thing now. So let's go to the player object and let's do okay, let's look at player. If player.matchState. Cursor down. Player.matchState.match player cursor down player message position. Okay. So let's do player cursor down. Let's go to that. Object match, player cursor down. And then let's do, or wait a minute, player cursor moved. And let's just look at something here. Why does this girl actually look like me though? LOL. Fem LOL. Is that, wait, those are the ones you got for free? Evan? Is that those are the ones you got gifted? Yes, this is the gift sub I woke up to. But that's funny. That doesn't really look like you. I think you're, I don't know. Too the dad. Yeah, I don't know. Well, oh yeah, I guess I was gonna say, I guess you know who it is because you've got the Evan, thanks for the bits. Oh, as always, I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Fem dad. Yeah, I mean, I guess, is it a streamer who, is it somebody who does game development or something? This one fits well for the stream. Yeah, there you go. Fem potty. I was actually thinking that could be one of my emotes, is like a BRB. Durana BRB or something, and then it's just a picture of a toilet. Sometimes people sub me and forget to follow. So they subbed for you. They subbed, but then you never show up in there. You don't get notifications or something. You don't get like notifications of when your subs go live. Only when your only when your follows go. The people you follow go live. I guess that'd be kind of funny, kind of ironic. I think. Right. That is kind of ridiculous. Like you'd think at least the sub would, at least for like, yeah, I could see why a sub and a follow could be like not related. But you'd think like if you sub to somebody, you'd want to like get the notifications about them. Yeah, I know you don't have to follow, but do you feel obligated to start following? Oh. All right, what am I? Player cursor moved. I'm only obligated to follow Tyrannosaur. Thanks, Evan. All right, what I want to do now is just test on the server that I want to test Well, let's do one more game. I want to test that our mouse input things are actually working. The way that we think they should. So like in this case here, it doesn't matter what my mouse is. Oh. All right, so there we sent 132,000 bytes. That's good. Ooh, actually, I got a better idea. Instead of bytes, instead of counting bytes, because that's kind of arbitrary in this case that we're measuring that at this moment, just for what we're working on, because I don't really care about bytes explicitly. I care about mouse input events. So let's go to the what is that application where we're measuring that? Yeah, let's just or maybe let's actually get rid of this console log, and maybe we could just console log this dot players let's console dot log this dot player players. How do I want to do this? Man, it's like I could do this like a million different ways, and now I'm just like getting myself all flustered trying to think of how I should actually do this. Well, all right. I'm going to be right back. Quick bathroom break. See, this would be at a really appropriate time to have like a Tyrannosaur BRB emote that's just a toilet or something. I think that would work. And I should have like a bathroom break counter maybe in Streamlabs that I can just like tick up every time, just so we can kind of get some metrics on how frequently I'm using the bathroom. Fem potty. All right. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Just nightbotted add. Bang bathroom, command to count, add UL monitor, bathroom dollar count, bathroom breaks have been taken. Wow. Something like that. Nice. Cool. I'll have to check that out. Nice. Nice. Yeah, and then I guess I could like show that on the screen, right? On Streamlabs or something. Then I could have Streamlabs like pull that in somehow. That'd be cool. All right. Well, I'm back, so I can remove the be right back thing. And this chair's getting squeaky. Okay, so what I want to do is actually I want to count. Maybe let's just say, let's just make like a little counter on our player. Let's make a little counter on our player. Our player's match state, I guess. Yeah, so let's go match state, and then we'll go this dot input event count equals 0, and then let's do a set interval on the match just for kicks. Set interval. We'll just do 1 second. And then we'll do this, or we'll do console log this dot players 0 dot match state dot input event count. Okay, so that'll be the first player, and then basically same exact thing, but for the player 2. And then, whoops, we want to actually increment that whenever the player moves. So we go to application, and then we go if whoops. Ooh, this thing's probably gonna go away. So basically, if we have that, then we do player dot match state dot input event count plus equals 1, and we'll do that for both movements and whatever this is. Okay. So now we should be logging that like every second. So we should be logging both players' input event counts. And okay, so 0, 7, 61, 123, 8, 186, 249. Yeah, more or less we should be seeing 60 go up every time. But then if I freeze the mouse, we won't send anymore. So see that? It's staying at 455. So player 0, oh, maybe you can't see that. It's down here. It's down here. So one player 1 is this one, so we've sent 3 mouse input events to player 1, but we've sent this many here to this player. And now that the game's, oh, now everything crashed and burned. What? Oh, okay. So that's under. Match.js 23. Ooh. All right. I don't. Well, so basically now, like, we're only sending input to the server if we have it, if we move the mouse. So that way we're not just sending like blank things. But we've limited it so only 70 will be sent, or only 60 will be sent a second. So like, as you can see, that's ticking up. It's only going to be ticking up 60 per second, basically. So, and we're logging once a second. So this player's now sent a few, and then we've got player 1 here, player 2 here. So that's cool. And if basically then we could come here and we could do 120 now. And then if we do it that way, then we end up with 120 per second. Yep, 240-ish. And if you kind of like move in and out, you know, like this or something, like it's going to send a few or there. But if you're like constantly like moving around in a perfect circle here, it should be doing it'll be doing no more than 120. All right, and then it crashes at the end there because whatever, but that's okay. So that's good. That's good. Now we're really limiting how many input events we're sending on the client. And I like that. And that way, so like even though I have my 1000 hertz mouse and I'm generating actually 1000 input events with, as long as our console's open, we're still only sending 60 per second to the server. 1000 events per second, that is. We're still just only going to be sending 60. So I really like that. I think that's good. Now, I forget what else I was going to do. Oh, I'd like to maybe measure. The one thing I was going to say is we could like measure, it'd be nice to measure the amount, the time between those inputs, so that way we can say if somehow someone was sending more events than 60 per second, we could say that they're doing some funny business and we could kick them out. So actually we should do that here in our we should do that in our config file. So we should actually do WebSocket, server only, client only. We should do something here that's for both server and client, and it should be like mouse update interval, input update, client update interval. And then that's going to equal 1/60 times 1000. Oh. Or if I knew how to type if I knew JavaScript, I could do it correctly the first time. Okay, so then we've got that, and then I can do config. So that here I could just say config.ws.client update interval, which doesn't exist because Visual Studio Code. Yeah. See, another, well, okay, so I give Visual Studio Code that case. I'll give them that. So now this will magically be there. There's client update interval in my hint. Okay, so now config.ws.client update interval. That's great. So what we can do then, or let's look at the config file now, the client config file. So now that should be 16.7 or 16.6666667 or something like that. Config. Oh, 16.6666668. Because floating point rounding errors, I guess. So client update interval, that. Which is, I guess, okay. And then on the server, we want to look at that same thing. So let's do something kind of interesting here. Well, first off, I need to start using like some more higher resolution timestamps on Node. Yes, performance. Performance.now returns current high resolution timestamp where 0 represents the start of the node process. But I'm pretty sure that, does that only exist added in version 8.5.0? Huh. I thought performance.now was definitely not working before in Node. According to this, you can use it. Okay, so let's see if that actually works, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't work because I was using it the other day and it definitely didn't work. Okay, so let's do last. Okay, so on player match state, we have input event count. We'll keep that for right now. Oops. And we'll do this dot last input event time. And I guess we'll do 0. And then we can do we can do 0, and then for every time we get an event, let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. Did I close out of that now? Performance.now. Oh, you probably have to import it, don't you? Oh, I have to require perf hooks. Okay, perf underscore hooks. Okay, so then we'll do match application. Where do I actually want to handle this? Oh, we'll do it here. We'll do const performance, and that's going to equal require, what is that, perf underscore hooks. Okay. Can I find module perf hooks? Oh, that. Okay, there we go. Performance, that's muscle memory for you there. Type in /. Okay, so performance. Okay, so now we're going to do player dot match state dot last input event time is going to equal performance dot now. or I guess technically we would say const event time equals performance dot now, and then we would be setting event time here for this one. But then we would say if oh, wait a minute here, actually. Actually, never mind. Okay, this is not going to be in. Hang on a second here. We're not going to do this in. I guess let's just CLG the difference. Like, this is going to be really ridiculous. CLG event time. That's this event time minus player.matchState.last input event time. Okay, so this is going to log like a bajillion things, which is just okay for right now. 60 per second. But we should see a bunch of 16.7s in there, right? At the lowest end. So we should see, there's 16.3. Ooh. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. I forgot about this. Let's get rid of this for right now. Okay, so that was the other player there. 16.0, 15 point. I wonder why those are so short. 15, there's 17, 15, 16. Some of these get so short. 13. That's really weird. I mean, I guess it's not that weird. But now that kind of makes things a little trickier, maybe. Let's try 30. Let's make this 30 hertz now. So we've got 35, 33, 33, 32, 31, 34, 33, 33, 35, 30. That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's not that. Oh, hang on. Sorry. There's been a bunch of comments here that I have not seen. Sorry. Dark Tin Man. Whoops. Okay. Make sure my speakers are going here in case I. Dark Tin Man. Thanks for hanging out. Hey man, thanks for streaming this. I'm about a month new into JS, so hoping to learn some stuff with you as you build this out. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Dark Tin Man. I appreciate it. Hope yeah, if you got any questions, let me know. Let me know what's going on. Now you sent a bunch of other things here. Let me just check this quick. Zubashi, welcome to the stream, Dark Tin Man. Working on any cool projects. Thanks, Zubashi. Currently we're about to start a project today after work. Actually, I want to start building out a portfolio to get into this career field. So I'm going to try out and create something like a YouTube API. Search for my called search for my first one. API call search for my first. Nice. I'm super green with it, but I think I can tackle something simple like that. Hopefully. So far, I've just been learning a ton, but time to put it into action. Nice, dude. Yeah, building stuff is the best way to learn. I agree, Zubashi. Break things as you go to help learn what's going on. Do you also code in JS as well, Zubashi? Nah, I touched it a little bit, mostly done Java and Python. Preston. What's going on, Preston? Is that a debug console? Epic. Debug thing. It's like my grandma always said, once you know one programming language, you know them all. Yes, Preston, I agree. My grandma says the same thing. Dark Tin Man, very cool, man. I know once you understand the language, others are easier. I know a couple friends who are good with JS, so I'm focusing on that to start. I know a lot of people do Python first. Preston, writing APIs is super fun. I've done way too much CPP projects. Nice. From syntax highlighter to a logger. Nice, Preston. That's pretty cool. Yes, I'm trying to do more C and CPP myself. My next game I'd like to be in C. Right now I'm trying to make a multiplayer game. Yes. Yeah, how's it going? How's the project going, Preston? Any tips for someone green like me? Yeah, Dark Tin Man, starting is always hard, but it gets easier. Something to be careful of is your API keys. Keep them hidden. Just made some classes for audio and window handling. Nice, nice. And Preston, are you using? You said you've been using Unity or Godot or something. I think. Not Godot. Raw OpenGL. Am I confusing you with someone else now? And GLFW. No, I'm not. I did use Godot once. Oh, okay. Is that what you were doing with you were doing networking stuff, right? GLFW. Nice, nice, nice. Yes, I would like to perhaps get into doing that stuff with C or something. Okay. Oh, okay. So you're past whatever that was last time you were hanging out. I got you. Nice. Cool. Yeah, I have not messed around with GLFW at all, but I've kind of looked at it a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean like barely at all. Like I'm familiar with what it is, but nice, nice. Yeah, Dark Tin Man. No. Sorry to take you away from your work. Thanks for the insight. No. Don't worry about it, Tin Man. Yeah, if you got any questions about what I'm doing, yeah, go ahead and ask. I'll give you a little demo of what I've been working on, Dark Tin Man. Yeah, so I've got a game here that I'm working on currently. It's a browser game. It's JavaScript. It's all JavaScript. And I guess that's how you got started here. I just punched the game in the chat there. Populus.gg. Dark Tin Man. Yeah, I played it a couple of times. Pretty fun. All right, nice. Thank you. Yeah, Dark Tin Man. Like I said, if you got any questions about what I'm doing with it, yeah, just let me know. Preston, NVim is the way to go. If you're really hardcore. I guess you're talking about, that's NVim is a editor, I guess. An IDE kind of thing. Text editor. Can you make a non-stressful thing of the game? I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. But with plugins, you can make it pretty good. Yeah, VS Code is, it's kind of half IDE, half text editor, I guess, is kind of what I guess you kind of end up with. So you do get functions of an IDE. Gotcha. When you press the wrong color, it goes back to the old one. Can it not do that? Well, okay, so I've actually changed how that works now. So like if you're on the site right now, what Populus does, so right now I'm on populus.gg. So I'm on the live, the public one. So if you pop a bubble and then you mess up, whatever bubble you see like little up here is going to come back. So like if I do this, it's going to still go back to yellow. Because currently there's like a checkpoint system happening. So basically until you pop 4 bubbles, then do you go to the next checkpoint. So I popped 4 bubbles and now I'm at the next checkpoint, which is blue here. So I've actually gotten rid of that so that, so Preston, you probably don't necessarily like this, but I've gotten rid of it so that what it does now is anytime you make a mistake, it goes back to just the nearest bubble. So I'll pull up my dev version here. Or you have to redo the last bubble. So like if I make a mistake at the beginning of the game, nothing happens because I haven't even popped any bubble yet. But if you pop yellow and then make a mistake, yellow comes back. If you pop yellow, then you pop green, then you make a mistake, green comes back. So you always have to redo like the last bubble. And I had it for a little bit where there was no punishment at all, but it felt like, I don't know, I like there to be just a tiny bit of punishment. But I like the punishment to be predictable and not too, like, overwhelming, I guess. Because now I can play the game. Whoops. Now I can play the game and, like, make a mistake and be able to, like, course correct a little bit better. Which, oh yeah, so like that's better there. Like I made that mistake. I missed purple by a hair, and I have to go back and hit blue. I feel like that's better. And I know that's not what you're talking about, Preston. I know you don't want any punishment, but Dark Tin Man, anything that's been a bit of a challenge creating this game within the code that you've run into? Yes. Every day there's a new challenge. Pretty much. Let me try to think of like a nice kind of compact example. One that I think is kind of cool is there was an issue, and this isn't so much of an issue anymore with this game, but originally at one point in time, this game, you didn't pop bubbles, you just move your mouse over them. So basically, you move your mouse over the bubble and that would pop it. So as soon as it detected that there was a mouse over that bubble, then it was popped in that sense. So instead of like a mouse cursor or a keyboard press to pop the bubble, it was just move the mouse over it and that triggered the pop. Nebulous CL is now following. Nebulous, thank you very much for that follow. I very much appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. So, Nebulous, is the blue counter a part of the canvas? This thing here, you're saying? You're talking about this stuff here, I guess? Oh, no, when you start the game, there's a timer. Preston, if you're a pro at flicking, just go to all of it. Well, okay, so Preston, the one thing is you'd have to trace them in the right order. So you'd have to do yellow, green, blue, like we see here. Yellow, green, blue, basically. All right. No, when you start the game, there's a timer. Like this, 3, 2, 1. You're talking about, Nebulous, I guess. It's all canvas. Basically, anything here is canvas except these links, Discord and Twitch. Left of the game. Oh, this thing here is canvas. I guess maybe that's what you're saying too. Left of the game. Yeah, anything is canvas except for the links. Then those are actual HTML elements. My HTML for the game is like 15 lines, and half of it is like Google Analytics code. Half of it is like Google Analytics stuff. The rest of it is all just JavaScript with my canvas thing here. No, yeah, and these UI elements are not CSS animations and everything. I'm doing all of that myself with JavaScript. Well, Preston, what basically, okay, so let me go back. I'm going back to Dark Tin Man's thing here about, so at one point in the game, you just had to hover over the bubble to pop it instead of a click. And it's not quite exactly that way, but I'm just, for the sake of example, yes, let's go with that. So what ended up happening is what could happen is you could pop the bubble really fast, but you could also skip the bubble altogether if you move the mouse fast enough. Factual weirdo, what's brackin', what's crackin'? Not much, factual weirdo. What's going on? Thanks for hanging out. So, to explain this good enough here, if you moved, basically the way the mouse input happens is if you move your mouse fast enough, it's sending little sample points. So I have a 1000 hertz mouse, for example. And the mouse inputs that we get, actually, I'll show you a cool example of this. So if we just open up, we can just open up a new tab in Chrome and do this ourselves. Like this is kind of a cool thing to do. So let's do this. Let's do window.onMouseMove. I think that's the right event. And then what I can do is I can put I can set my own little callback function here that I want to run every time we have a mouse move. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just console log the event stuff that comes through. So every time we move the mouse inside the window after I run this, it's going to print basically the details about that mouse movement, the long and short of it. So I run that. We can move the mouse a bunch. So we just saw a bajillion mouse events appeared, right? So it just in that quick, brief second that I moved the mouse, like a million mouse events fired here. So the really interesting thing is if we inspect one of these mouse events, we can see that there's a thing in here called movement X and movement Y. And basically, this is how many pixels we moved in between the last mouse movement and this mouse movement currently. So we moved 7 pixels along the x-axis. So one of the very interesting things, or very annoying things, it's not annoying, but one of the problems that you'll have in a case like this is, let's simplify, let's refresh here. Let's refresh our browser. And then instead of just logging the whole mouse event, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do let's console log e.movement x and e.movement y. So now when I run this line here, it's going to log just that movement x and movement y number. So now when we move our mouse really fast, it's going to show each of these mouse movement events is going to show how many pixels x it moved and how many pixels y it moved relative to the last position. So if you take a look here, we'll see some of these are pretty big. Here we moved 22 pixels, 26 pixels from one mouse movement to the next. Preston F, I do know that. Yeah, Preston, I'm saying Dark Tin Man was asking about an interesting problem I had, so I'm describing that, basically. Okay. Factual weirdo. Interesting equals annoying. Yes. Yeah, there you go. That sounds about right. Yeah, so Dark Tin Man. Oh, I didn't know you could create UI within JS2. That's crazy to me. I thought it would all have to be HTML. So with HTML Canvas, so technically it is HTML. Well, okay, no, let me clarify. So there's an HTML element called Canvas. Zubashi glimpsed Mrs. Duranosaur in the background. Yep, Beck Kitty is lurking. Actually, I guess setting up a Christmas tree, looks like.
Just ignore me.
It's not even Thanksgiving here in America, and Christmas tree stuff is getting set up. Just ignore you. So Dark Tin Man, with HTML Canvas, you can do, basically that's kind of the way you want to draw fast graphics in a web browser. And there might be some other ways that would be nice. Retro MMO, Canvas rocks. Yes, for sure. Zubashi. But man, yeah, put the tree up after Thursday. That's what I'm saying. But she wants to put it up now. Dark Tin Man, would it be frowned upon to use Canvas for a portfolio? Yeah, I mean, if you're doing like, I would say Canvas makes sense if you're going to have like some graphics that you want to move around a lot in very custom ways that would probably be very heavy for like CSS to do or something. All right, the Christmas tree is breaking. No, it's okay. It's all good. Zubashi, yeah, it'd be hard to make it look nice, maybe some components, but not the entire site. Yeah, and I mean, in my case, since I'm doing a game that basically is the entire site, and I'm doing all the UI, basically my whole site, in this case with Populus, is Canvas. But that's kind of because just when you're on the site, you're playing the game. So it kind of makes sense in my case to do it that way. Sorry for asking fundamental questions, so I appreciate the answers. No. It's all good. It's all good. And there's a lot of people in the chat that also are very well experienced. You should check out Retro MMO's stream for sure. Because he's making an entire Retro MMO in Canvas in the browser. Yes. My game is like a kindergartner's game. His game is like an actual game, like a real game. So you should check it out. Oh, actually, someone told me my game looks like a high school project. What? Better than kindergarten, at least. Yeah, there you go. At least I'm kindergarten. You're high school, at least. Indubitably. Like, seriously, someone actually did tell you that? Like, as a insult, Retro, Evan? Yep. Oh, man. 100% serious. Oof. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. That's ridiculous. He also asked me why the game is so buggy, and I told him it's because it's a high school project. Nice. Maybe if it was made with RPG Maker and not from scratch. Yeah, there you go. Zubashi's got it. Oh, you didn't use a game engine? Then your game's not serious. Basically. Yeah, so the problem I was explaining before about this is, for example, if I move the mouse really fast, we can see that the distance between some of these pixels is, we've moved like 12 pixels and 13 pixels here in this case. So what if we had a square or rectangle on our screen that was 5 pixels in size, for example, and we moved 13 pixels? We would have one mouse update that was in this position and then one mouse update that was in this position. We would have completely missed the square. And in the case of the way I had Populus working originally, where you just had to touch the circle with the mouse instead of actually popping it with a key press, this was more of a problem. There were times where you could move your mouse like fast enough and completely skip over the bubble. Like you would trace over it technically, but it would be completely over the bubble. So you'd miss the pop. So that's kind of, So basically I had to do something where I took like those 2 points and I calculated the distance between the 2 mouse points. And then I said, if that distance is greater than a certain distance, then I kind of have to like interpolate, and I have to check different points along that line of between those 2 mouse points. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. So an on-click would be way simpler. Well, in my case, when you're doing stuff with Canvas, there is no, okay, so when you're doing stuff in Canvas, you don't have on-clicks. You have an on-click for the canvas itself, but you don't have any events within anything on the screen, if that makes sense. So like in order for me to do these buttons, I have to actually take the mouse position, and I have like a button radius, and then I have to check where the mouse position is to the relative to the button and that sort of thing. So there's no, within like, text doesn't highlight in Canvas. It's just pixels. Like the browser just says, oh, that's just pixels that are on the screen. It's not text anymore. Like, you can highlight this text because it's text, right? You can click and highlight it and whatever. But here, that stuff's not text. I'm clicking to like highlight it, nothing. So the browser just sees this as like an image basically. And in fact, you can do copy image and copy all the pixel data of your canvas into your clipboard like that. Factual weirdo, would you be able to make it highlightable? Yes, you actually would. You'd have to do it yourself. You'd have to implement that yourself. But definitely you could do that. I mean, because like these buttons I created myself. So these buttons are not actual HTML buttons or anything. I have my own like button object in my game engine. And then it checks for when the mouse moves over it, and it does this little animation. And then when you click and release, I have it fire off a certain event. So it's like if you're doing stuff in Canvas, you really have to do it all yourself. The cat just knocked a bunch of pencils over. So, yeah, I would say factual weirdo, probably if you wanted to do something with text highlighting and stuff, that would probably be a case where you'd want to do you'd want to actually do probably some sort of real text element, you know. And you could totally do, you know, real HTML elements on top of this. But yeah, I don't know. There's probably libraries for that already, no? Probably. I wouldn't, well, maybe not. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody made that, but I would think you'd probably be better off not doing canvas text. I don't know. It just depends on what your requirements would be, I guess. For your specific case. Like, I don't need any highlighted text, so I can get by with just, you know, my own stuff. Retro, there are frameworks for canvas rendering, but IDK if they do that specifically, like Pixie.js. Yeah, there's probably a bunch of really nice frameworks out there that do a lot of cool things for you. I'm not using any frameworks for doing anything on Canvas. I'm using the very generic, basic Canvas API for doing that lets you draw text and stuff really easily to the screen, but I'm not using any other frameworks, third-party kind of stuff, so to say. And neither is Retro MMO. All right. Anyway. Okay, so what we were doing here on the server was we were measuring the time between mouse events from the player. And I'm doing this at 30 frames a second now, or I changed the amount of time that I was sending. Let's go back to 60. So if I change this to 60, and we go back to Populus and we do a competitive game here. Oh, not that one, this one. And we move the mouse around a bunch. The server is firing off 60. Okay, so that was because I touched the other window. But we should, in theory, we shouldn't be seeing anything less than 16.7777 or 16.666666 milliseconds. But obviously we are. We're seeing some 15 millisecond, sometimes in the 15 milliseconds between mouse updates. We're seeing, we saw 14 or 13 in some cases even. So that's yeah, so I'm trying to think like if we really want to put like a lower limit on that. You know, for example, if we go to 120 now, we should see like 8 milliseconds of time. So let's try that. But we're within like some amount of error here. Like technically it's like 8.3 something milliseconds, but we're seeing even 7.3 here. we are seeing, yeah, there's like definitely a certain amount of, there's a 6.8. So we're definitely seeing like a 2 or 3 millisecond Yeah, that's interesting. And I guess that 2 or 3 milliseconds is maybe just network delay. Some sort of network whatever. That's what I can figure. About all I can figure. Like one mouse update is like really delayed, and then the next one is not delayed, and then that's where you get that really small delta there, like in this case 6.599 milliseconds. When on the client, we're sending them every 8.3 milliseconds. So it's like one of them maybe took a long time, and then the next one was very short. That's a possibility. All right, so so I want to see client update interval. All right, let's do this here. Let's do client update. I'm going to do client update interval. Let's go to player. Just want to get an idea of about how many. Actually, this might not be. Well, okay, let's go to, where are we doing that? Application now, match. Oh, no, that's, yeah, application, and then where we're in cursor move, this is where we're doing that. So let's do another. We're going to do event time minus the last input event time, and then we'll do config.ws. I gotta reopen this. Config, okay. Okay, so let's look at this real quick here. So as we get here, what did I do wrong here? Oh. Is this what I want? Sending movement to the server. That should not be still running. What is going on here? Oh. Okay. Yeah, that. Okay. All right, let's see what we got here. So now I just want to do this. What? Oops. All right, hang on. Okay. Then let's look at the mouse inputs there. Okay. Okay, so we're doing client update interval is 1 millisecond greater. So that when it's negative, yes. So this is the thing that's kind of interesting then. So wherever we're seeing like 1 millisecond off, we are seeing 1, 1. So like the highest positive number. And we could possibly even see 2. There's a 2 right there. Yeah, so right off the bat there was a 2. Yeah, so there's like a delay of like, or a variance of like 2 milliseconds ish that we could possibly have in the delay of input events. So in other words, the numbers we're seeing here is how many milliseconds. So if it's negative, we don't really care about negative. But if it's positive, like the more positive this is, the more, that kind of means there's like the more like variance there is in the amount of mouse input. If the time between, by the time the server gets those mouse inputs from the client. So like the higher the number, that's kind of the more worrisome it is, I guess. I mean, it's really not that big of a deal. But even on LAN, I'm getting like these greater than 1 millisecond variances. So like our client is sending updates every 60th of a second, which would be 16.7777777 or 16.666666667 milliseconds. So I'm taking that number of milliseconds and dividing it by, or subtracting it from the time between two of the mouse input events. So if that number is positive, that means the time between those two mouse input events is less than our 16.66667 milliseconds. Let's look at that number 2. Where did we see the 2 millisecond one? And this is on LAN too, which would be like best case scenario. So like imagine, yeah, here's 2.14. So I'm trying to think about like what that buffer needs to be. And I guess maybe when we start working on the game, maybe we're not going to worry about this too much. Or one thing we could do is instead of looking at the individual input event, we could do something like We could do something and like look at 1 second's worth of events and say like, oh, were there way more than... Because like if one event just happens to be faster... Because these should more or less even out. Like, these would more or less even out. You know, like some of them might be slightly faster than 1/60th of a second. But like, there should be more of them that are greater than 1/60th of a second. So that would be kind of interesting. That would be kind of interesting to look at. All right. All right, so what do we want to do next here? What is next? Because we more or less have our stuff working. More or less have stuff working the way we want it to. Oh, well, we do have one bug here. It looked like. It's like when the game ends. Dark Tin Man is now following. Dark Tin Man, thanks very much. I appreciate it. And thanks for hanging out. Sorry, getting pulled away with work. Just wanted to say thank you for all the insight and knowledge. I'll try to catch you next stream or later today. Thanks again. Hey, thank you, Dark Tin Man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I normally stream Mondays and Tuesdays starting at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So I will be... I won't be back until next Monday. I've been doing Thursday night streams, but this Thursday is Thanksgiving in America. So it's Thanksgiving, right? I got my calendar right. Thanksgiving's always on Thursday. Retro MMO, thank you so much for popping the Discord in there. I always appreciate that. Dark Tin Man, thanks for the join. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and anytime you're around and you see me here and you got any questions, let me know. Always glad to help out somebody learning JS or whatever, programming or whatever in general. If I can. I don't always know what I'm doing. Most of the time I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's face it, I never know what I'm doing, to be honest. Okay, so now I can't remember what caused those errors, why we saw those specific errors. There was some specific case where we were getting a bunch of, oh, maybe it was this. Maybe it was like if I changed the servers or something here and then, yeah, okay. So that we're getting the WebSocket is already in closing or closed state. So that would just be because WebSockets wrapper 116, 116 and 117. Let's look at that real quick here. 116 and 117. Oh, it's doing, yeah, both of these. Yeah, so I guess I need to do maybe something where I need to do something on the client side where if we get disconnected from the server, that we properly kind of handle that, so that you don't have cases like this. Because then the games in this case will just sit here forever. The time expired, but the game will just sit and wait until the server tells it to disconnect. But the server restarted, the server rebooted. That's why it can't see the server anymore, because it's completely restarted. So we actually just need to straight up refresh the browser there. So all right, we're done with that. All right, so I'm trying to think of what we really need to do now. I mean, I guess technically trying to think about what I need to be working on next here. Because we're now successfully limiting our mouse input updates to the server, and the game seems to be working just fine, I think. So one thing I might want to do is, well, I don't know. I don't know. Never mind on what I was going to say there. So let's just play another game here. I want to play and I want to let's go to let's go back here, and we are going to, I'm just going to comment that out for right now. Our server must have broke again. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Cannot read property includes of null? What is that even talking about? Oh, file name dot includes. Oh, that's interesting. Let me look. Let me pull our file up here. So this is our start server.js file. File name dot include. So if there's no file name, then can I do, how do we do that again? Is this it? No, it's this, right? Yeah, so if I do it like this, then we shouldn't. This is just my little Node.js script to start the server up. And we just have an issue. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we shouldn't have that issue anymore. All right, so let's do another little competitive match here. Yeah, I know what Preston said about going back is annoying, but I like actually just the going back one bubble if you make a mistake. That's really nice. Oh, sending movement to the server. I didn't want to send all of those. Okay. Very cool. Okay. Oh, let's go back to looking at the bytes again. Let's go back and do this. I know we kind of stopped doing that because it wasn't really that big of a deal, but I actually would like to look at it. So if we do 2 players, so now our console is just on an interval printing the amount of bytes that have been sent over the WebSocket messages that have been sent. Whoops. Did I refresh both of these? Okay. So now let's just play with 1 player here and just do the comparison. Oops. Okay. 75, that's not bad. That's pretty good. 2.5 pops a second. Not bad at all. So that's 135,000 bytes. And if we go in here and change, so we did 135,000 bytes now sent up. If I go to config and we change this to, let's change this to 1,000. Just to be crazy. So now, if we play a game, this will be a ridiculous amount of bytes. Oh, uh-oh. What happened there? What? Okay, so for 1,000 mouse updates, we still only sent 250K. That seems fishy. I don't know if I believe it. Okay, what in the world happened here? Okay, we've got an issue now where match 145 cannot read property init of undefined. Okay, so we missed a bubble somehow. We totally missed a bubble. Which would be very weird if that would happen. All right, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll be right back. All right, we are back. So, I'm not sure how Yeah, look at this. Okay, so here's the weird thing. Somehow I popped 68 bubbles, but Well, okay, wait a minute. I popped 68 bubbles somehow, but somehow I made a mistake and went back to bubble 65 according to the server. So that is very weird. So let's do something here. Let's do... Oh, maybe that had something to do with this 1,000. Well, no, that shouldn't have anything to do with that. All right, we're gonna what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do some better like logging. I want to log on the server the stuff that's happening and log on the client what's happening, and then if there's some sort of weird sync issue, we should be able to see. So let's do this. I'm gonna get rid of our bytes up set interval. So we've got player made mistake. That's good. We've got bubble generating. That's good. We've got. Don't we say player popped bubble too? Player popped bubble. Okay, let's log the player popped bubble as well on the server. So then we will show. Hey, we already should be doing that. Player popped a bubble. Oh, this is shared bubble mode only. So I guess we could say CLG player popped. Well, let's do player popped. Or I guess player popped I, right? Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Just alt, there we go. And then we want to say new target. Target is now, I guess we'll say target is now player dot match state dot target bubble ID. Okay. Awesome. All right, so then, okay, so the server side, I think we've got enough data here. Let me clean this up a bit here. Let's say popped bubble generating, and then let's say mistake. Where's the mistake? Okay, that'll just be cleaner to look at. Target bubble ID. We can just do this. Or we can say mistake, new target. Just say that. Our target is now mistake. Target is now. Okay. All right, so the server should be logging enough stuff that I want. The stuff that I do want. Let's look at Okay. So on the client side, let's not console log every time. Okay. All right, let's go to the match event, I guess. Probably where we need to be. So I want to log when we receive a bubble from the server. So let's do that'd be WebSockets wrapper. So when we get more bubbles, I guess we can say CLG. Or where are we listening to bubbles added from server? Let's look at that. Let's check that quick. Bubbles from server added. Okay, so that's in match.js. Okay. Bubbles from server added. And then I guess we'll just do CLG bubble received bubble, or we'll just do a bubble bubble received, and then we will do bubble.id. Okay, that's cool. So anytime we get a bubble from the server, we will log that to the console. And we also want to do anytime the player makes a mistake, or anytime, which would be here. How are we doing this on the server exactly? So we'll do console log, just do mistake, target is now. Supposed to say target is now. And then we just do this dot target bubble ID because we readjust it if necessary. So we should be able to kind of match these events up side by side between the client and the server. And then we also want the popped event. So that would be under, in this case, under pop bubble. So we would just say, how did we do it here? Popped target is now that. Okay, so just right after this, we just do console log popped $I. Oh, no. Pop, in this case, it's pop the bubble ID. Used to be I. Target is now $this, and we do this dot target bubble ID. Okay, That should be enough to kind of be logging all of the game things happening between the server and a client. So let's fire up a multiplayer match here. And let's just see what happens. Okay. All right, so we didn't get any errors that time, and I kind of trust that everything is okay. As we follow this step backwards, down here we've got bubble generating 86, popped 78, target is now 79, so pretty much the same thing. Bubble received 86. So this is when the client receives that bubble from the server, because the server generated bubble 86, sent it to the client. Pop 78, target is now 79. That's right. Bubble generating 85, 77, now 78, 84, 76, now 77. Let's go to something a little more interesting where maybe we made some mistakes. Right here. So we said popped. Or wait a minute. Mistake. Oh, yeah. Okay, so here we had the mistake. Let's, maybe we can make, well, okay, so popped 52. All right, so we did, what did we do? We popped 52 to start here. Popped 52, target is now 53, that's right. We generated bubble 60, client received bubble 60. Then a mistake, target is now 52. So we made a mistake, target is now 52. We go back to bubble 52. Then popped 52, target is now 53. No bubble generation there, which is right. So we popped 52, target is now 53. No bubble is generated because we already generated 60, and that was the one we wanted. So we popped 53, target is now 54. Popped 53, target is 54. Generated bubble 61. Popped 54, target is now 55. Yes, 62. All right, so that was fine. Let's just try another set of games here and see what happens. Whoops. I just want to kind of play kind of fast, you know, to like. Yes, we got a mistake. We got an issue. Okay. All right, so we should be able to see what the problem is now. Hey, wait a minute. I thought I fixed this. Why does it still say target is no? Oh, I didn't save it. Okay. All right. Well, anyway. All right. So we caught one of these mistakes live in the wild. Okay. So let's see what the problem is. I'm excited. I'm excited that we actually replicated this. All right, so we were at, okay, so we hit the error. We can see where we hit the exception now. So we generated bubble 65, and then, we do have some out of syncedness here. Interesting. Very interesting. Because the client, here's what the client thinks. The client says, okay, so where everything was fine and dandy, at least on the surface, we've got popped 56, target is now 57, bubble generated 64, bubble received 64. Pop 57, target is now 58, pop 57, target is now 58, generated bubble 65, generated bubble 65. Now here in the client, pop 58, target is now 59. But on the server, mistake, target is now 57. So the server saw that as a mistake. That is very interesting. That is very interesting. Okay. So why would the server think that that's a mistake is the question. That's an interesting thing. So it's not even that they get out of sync is the problem, because that's kind of another separate issue. That's kind of another separate thing, like maybe figuring out a way we want to rectify anything that gets out of sync. But even before we get to that, because let's say, okay, so for example, and it might have been, that might be what had happened in this case. So let's just say on the client, for whatever reason, we're like 1 pixel over. We're 1 pixel into a bubble and we pop it and it's good. And let's just say for whatever reason with the rounding error and everything, when we're converting from pixels to units, and maybe that's what happened in this case, we just missed that bubble by a hair, according to the server. So the server says, nope, you didn't pop the bubble. So that's maybe where the server is saying, oh, you made a mistake. Target is now 57, right? We popped 57, target is now 58. Then the server generated bubble 65, right? Because we're generating 8 bubbles ahead. Then mistake. Target is now 57, because obviously the server counted this as a mistake. The next move that I made was a mistake. So the server resets everything back. But then the client here thought 58 was good. We popped 58. Target is now 59. And then it logged 59 is good. 60 is good. And then we started to get into the issue where we started to try to initialize a bubble that hadn't been even sent to the client yet. Am I right about that? Oh, well, actually, yes. We're initializing a bubble way ahead is basically what's happening there. So I'm trying to think of why that could happen. And if perhaps it's an issue with okay. Trying to think of what would be the best way to really dive into this. Because if we could determine that I guess we could, maybe what we could do is determine Tower Mind. Do you play those guitars on stream? Tower Mind, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I have not yet. If we get to a point where we're doing music for this game, I might be doing some like music stream, game dev music streaming stuff. But no, I have not done any guitar on stream. But perhaps at some point in time we will. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Maybe what I can do is I can print like the radius. Okay, so I wonder if I wonder if I lost my train of thought. Well, I was going to say, I wonder if the way that I'm buffering like the input now is like causing some sort of issue. Like maybe the mouse movement, since technically we're sending like a mouse, we're sending the player cursor down is kind of happening like later. Oh, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. That's got to be it, because we're not using, I just realized right here, we're not using our player cursor down method that gets fired when the player clicks. We're not using the position for that. So it is exactly what my diagram was here, I think. This is the problem. So we decided that the cursor went down at 7.3, 7x, 3y. You know, this is just an example. But the cursor went down at this position, but then the mouse movement we sent was this one, because we had this whole thing of queued up mouse inputs. So then our mouse down was actually calculated at 17.3, and maybe 17.3 is just outside of the circle. But even though it was actually a good one, because it was actually at 7.3 that we logged the down, that we triggered the down, and that was good. Maybe this was inside the bubble, but this 17.3 is outside the bubble. Tower Mind, are bubbles HTML elements? No, they are not. I'm using HTML Canvas for the graphics. If you're familiar with Canvas and how that works, I'm assuming you're a web developer of some kind. You're talking about HTML elements. But no, these are actually all just drawn on Canvas through my my engine. These buttons. It's not CSS or anything that's doing that. I've got like a little animation system that's doing this. So basically, the only HTML parts on here are the links down here. I mean, aside from the canvas itself, the HTML canvas itself. Which is set to the full window size. Yeah, and all this text is just drawn on the canvas, so it's not actual text that I could like copy and paste and highlight or anything, versus these links, you know, being that sort of thing. All right, so I feel like since my suspicions were true here. Ooh, I thought of a good idea. I thought of a cool idea. Well, maybe not a cool idea, but another way, if we can replicate this, it would be really cool to see if I can double check this problem. Tire mine. So you iterate over all the bubbles on mouse down to check if the current XY is in any of the bubbles. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yes. So my problem that I'm having right now is I'm working on multiplayer right now for this game. So the problem is in my example right here, I could see that I'm logging all the events of when you pop a bubble or when you make a mistake or whatever, you miss popping the bubble, and then I'm doing the same thing on the server. So like again, I was saying I'm working on multiplayer for this, and I realized that the server called a mistake on one of the pops, one of the times I tried to pop a bubble. But on my client, I could see that it said it was a successful pop. So that's my issue right now. I'm trying to figure out exactly what I'm doing wrong. And I'm pretty sure I know, but I want to do another little thing here to just validate. I just need to feel good about myself and know that I was right. So we need to see if we can do something here. Probably not right at all. I'm usually wrong. So communication over sockets. Yes, over web sockets. Yes. Yeah, so I'm using Node.js for my server, and then I'm using WebSockets. I'm using the WS npm package for Node for using WebSockets on Node.js. If you're familiar with Node.js at all. So basically lag issue. I don't think no, actually what it is I just started kind of like buffering, not really buffering, but something kind of like that. I'm on the client side, I'm basically only sending updates every 60th of a second. So I'm sending 60 in mouse updates a second to the server. I just added that in earlier today. So that way I can kind of just uniformly make it so that all the clients, regardless of refresh rates or monitor or mouse input, whatever, all of that stuff, regardless of all of that, they'll all send the same amount of updates, mouse updates to the server per second. And the issue that I think I'm running into is I was using this notepad as an example here, where I was saying, okay, let's pretend x is 1, y equals 1, and this is a mouse movement. So I put m here. So this is like our mouse movements that we're like processing over. And then what we're going to do is, this was all the mouse movements per frame, let's just say, per the last frame. And I'm going to send just the latest one to the server. So what the problem that I believe is happening is, let's say we had a mouse movement to x is 7, y equals 3, and let's say we registered a mouse down event at x equals 7, y equals 3. But the way I'm doing it right now is we're going all the way down to the latest mouse movement event from that frame, and then we're going to send this one actually to the server. So we're going to just skip sending all these other ones. So the thing that I think is happening is I'm sending this to the server, and the problem is the server's using this coordinate as the position to check the bubble pop against. So like maybe this position here is valid for the bubble pop. This position here is inside of the bubble. But the problem is we sent this position to the server because it was the latest position. So the server took that at its word and used that, and maybe that's just outside the bubble, and it registered the down, so it triggers that as a mistake. Do you need move at all? That's kind of a good point. That's kind of a good question. Technically in this case, no, we don't really necessarily need it. I added it in for why did I add it in, actually? I think I kind of added it in because that's how I do things on the client, maybe. One thing I might be doing with it not at this point, but I might be doing some stuff with the move to kind of help do a little bit of anti-cheat stuff. So I might be using kind of just trying to kind of knock out some like totally unhuman kind of playing. So that might be something that I would like to use all the movements for, because I had kind of a basic example of what I would probably do for that. So I need to kind of do some more analysis before I get to that point about what would look like a human playing versus a bot playing or whatever. But I probably will be using it just as kind of like an anti-cheat kind of thing. But yeah, technically, it's not really needed the way the game works right now. Actually, it is needed the way the server is processing things right now. But literally, I could probably just use the mouse clicks only. We could call that good. Oh, no, actually, because the other... okay, so I didn't think about this either. The other thing is when you play... I'll just go to the live site here. So the other thing is the server's also making sure that if you go outside of this circle, that counts as a mistake. So like I could miss popping a bubble, that's a mistake. Or I could go outside of this boundary, that's a mistake. So the server is also checking that as well. All right. So I'm trying to think about what exactly I want to do. Oh yes, I want to check. I want to see if I can print. This is gonna be annoying. Circle hit. Circle, position, circle, radius, point. I'm trying to think of a good way where I can print out the, because here I'm doing my check for if my collision check for a mouse point within a bubble. So I'm taking in a circle position in space, a circle radius in space. So the circle position has a .x and a .y property on it, and the circle radius is just a single number. And then we got a point, which is the point we're checking inside of that to see if it's inside of the circle or not, which is our mouse cursor point. So we've got also a .x and a .y. So I'm doing the hypotenuse of the point, our mouse point, and the circle position. And we're seeing if that is less than the circle radius. So that would tell us if we're inside the circle. But I'm trying to think, so this would run every time we move the mouse. But what I want to check is, it'd be nice to see if there was, it'd be nice to see if there's a way if that failed and if we could print these values. But the problem is this fails all the time because it's checking against all the visible circles on the board in the play area. So this is not so what I want to do is do this without printing every single mouse movement out to the screen, because then going back and trying to find the exact match would just be a bear to parse through all that data myself. So let's look at the, okay, player cursor down. Ooh, actually, okay, maybe we could try this. Maybe we could try printing the Tower Mind. Fun game, by the way. I like it. Oh, thank you very much, Tower Mind. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for hanging out. And you had a very good suggestion there about, do I even need the mouse move at all? Which made me think for a second, like, wait a minute, do I even need that? There's a couple things I would like to use it for, but at the same time, there's maybe some things I could kind of get away with not using it, and it would probably be okay. Okay, so I want to do... this is kind of tricky here. Let's look at the mistake thing just so I can see. Player made mistake. Where does that get fired from? Okay, so cursor. Okay, so if we didn't have a circle hit, okay, so that has to be the only mistake that's possibly could be made. Or wrong bubble popped, but that's probably not the one that's firing. Because clearly... Yeah, okay, so let's try this. So if we know the player made a mistake, let's create a... Let's just create a new little helper function. Actually, we don't really need a helper function. Let's just do a... Wait, what is this? Oh, this is cursor just moved. Cursor just moved out of bounds. Which it's not that. Cursor definitely didn't move out of bounds. Where else are we using circle hit? Oh, do we have a bubble check hit? Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. All right, so where are we not? Lutval. What's going on, Lutval? How are you doing today? Okay. Okay, so we've got 3 types of mistakes that can be made. Player goes out of bounds. That's this one here. We've got you pop the wrong bubble. That's here. And here's pop. Okay, popped dead space. So that's where, like, maybe you miss by just a hair. Yeah, so that has to be what we're doing here. If our cursor's in play. Yes. Can I do... How's it going with event listeners? I'm good, tired. Well, yeah, you're in Europe. It's probably pretty late for you, right? At this time. I mean, it's already getting... we're already approaching quitting time here in America. How's it going with event listeners? Yes, we fixed that issue that we were working on yesterday. It was something I added. Yep, it's soon midnight. Whew. All right. Yeah, we figured that out this morning. Well, for me. This morning for me. The event listener thing. It ended up just being that I had an issue where I kept creating an event listener in a certain case. And it had to do with our new bubble pop thing here. So if I quit. It's like we added the new feature where every time you make a mistake, you always have to redo that last bubble that you popped. So like if I pop purple and then I am supposed to pop pink, but I just missed pink, purple will come back. Or if I pop purple, go out of bounds, purple comes back. Until I get pink, then I'm okay. Then it comes back, and then pink, whatever. So there was an event listener for the little like bubble, that little small bubble up there that flies off screen if you see that, like when I pop a bubble, pop another bubble, and then it flies off screen. So there was an issue where I wasn't getting rid of the event. I kept creating multiple event listeners for one thing, and I was supposed to not. Basically, if there was already one event listener, then it would, then it should not create more. This is the long and short of it. So it took probably took longer than it should have to figure that out this morning, but we got it nonetheless. So, which is good. Makes sense. Haha. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a pain, but now I'm still printing our event listener count to the screen there, and we should not be getting any leaky stuff anymore. Now our default is 31 event listeners when we're at the main menu. So it should always go back to 31 every time you go back to the main menu, basically. So, and we had an issue where it just kept like adding one or adding two, or you could actually add multiple depending on if you triggered more. Things always take longer than you think. Yeah. Yes. Usually, yes. But it was good. It was good. It didn't get to be too frustrating, which is nice. And I'm on an issue now where I have an error where the client and the server are getting out of sync. And fortunately, I'm pretty sure I know why exactly, but it's also possible. Well, I want to like kind of test. So like I played a competitive game here, and I don't know how well you can see the console log here on the server. That's what this part is. And you can't even see my cursor. This part down below the cursor right here on the screen is my server log, and then here's like my browser log. And I had an issue where I was logging basically anytime I popped a bubble or anytime I made a mistake, and anytime I received a new bubble from the server, because the server's generating the bubbles in the multiplayer game and sending them down to the browsers. And I had an issue now where we popped bubble 57. We can see that I have the same message logging on the server. Popped 57. We pop bubble 57. Target is now 58. Same thing on the client. Pop bubble 57. Target is now 58. And then bubble received 65. And the server bubble generated 65 and sent it. And so then the client says it received bubble 65. And then the client thinks, but popped 58. Target is now 59. But the server says, mistake. Target is now 57. So the player got booted back to 57 as far as the server goes. And then the client thought it was still popping bubbles. So the client went pop 58, pop 59, pop 60, pop 61. And we got to a point where, well, we didn't get any more bubbles from the server. So we tried to initialize a bubble on the client that the server hadn't even given us yet. So this is what I'm working on now. And I'm pretty sure I know the reason why this is happening. Because what we did today after I fixed the event listener thing is we started just buffering our mouse input from the client. So now we're only sending 60 mouse updates a second from the client. We're forcing that. Rather than before, it was just kind of sending everything. And I think something I did with that is now causing this issue. So what I want to do is actually, I want to print. One of the failures here. Hopefully I can replicate the issue. but I'd like to console log actually no, yeah, we should do the console log here. So I want to print we want to do, let's see here. Okay, that is cursor down. Player.match state target bubble ID. Okay. So I want to print the radius actually, let's do that in this. So wherever we're doing player made mistake, where is that? Right here. Okay. Let's do that here. So mistake target is now this, and then I want to say radius target bubble radius target bubble R. We'll say that, and then we'll say, so I want to print the radius of the target bubble at that time. Ooh, okay, now I need to print this. I need to do that up here now. Whoops, up here. Mistake target is now target bubble R, target bubble R, target bubble R was this. Okay, so we need to calculate the radius of, or we know what the radius of that bubble is, so we do this dot bubbles dot, or this dot bubbles player dot match state dot target bubble ID dot R. Is that the correct thing? Yes. Okay. Okay, so now we've got that, which is great. But we also want to go, we want to know the distance from the cursor to the center of that bubble. All right, hang on. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll get back to that. So we'll be right back. All right, I am back. But I think I'm going to wrap things up here. Yes, so let's do let me just make a little note here. Where are we doing that? Match. Target bubble R was, okay. All right, actually, we should be good enough to go there. So now let's just see if we're actually logging those issues now. So if we do a competitive game, yes. Okay, that's cool. I like that. All right. Okay, so yeah, we had a good, pretty good stream today. Got a good bit of stuff done. We fixed that event issue in the beginning. Our leaky event emitter, or event listener issue. And we did some other cool things too with that, which I started at the end of the stream yesterday. And we started, listening to those mouse events there. But then we ended up with buffering our input before we send it to the server, which is really nice. So that has been that will be nice, I think, in the long run. I think for right now, that's causing us issues right now. But I think once we get those ironed out, which I'm probably going to take that off stream, maybe work on that a little more tonight, because I'm really interested in seeing the result of that. But for now, yeah, I think we're gonna be signing off. Let's see, we've been doing Thursday night streams, but this Thursday is Thanksgiving Day in America, so that's a holiday. I am not going to be streaming this Thursday night. I have some family around and everything, and we actually won't be celebrating the Thanksgiving holiday till Friday. But nonetheless, I got some family coming in tomorrow, and they'll be here through the weekend, so no weekend stream either. So we won't be back till Monday, so that'll be November 30th, Monday. But normally I stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. I get started at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. We usually go for 6, 7, 8 hours sometimes. Today we went just shy of 7. But yes. Again, I also have I'll just pound this out quick while I'm here. We got Discord. You can join. I created it not that long ago, maybe 2 months ago. There's not a lot of people there, but we're slowly growing. I need to get better at updating everything with that. And yeah, for the most part, it looks like a bunch of people just kind of hopped on there viewing. I'm sorry, I'm just ending the stream. Those of you that just hopped on there. But I appreciate your viewership. But we'll be back. We'll be back Monday. In case you didn't hear me, we'll be back this next Monday, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So until then, hope everybody has a good day. And those of you in America, hope you have a great Thanksgiving. And we'll see you next week. Sayonara.